which
Wouldn't look
y'all
at
are
that
now
face.
going to be able to hear them talk about Bidoof. And for those of you who don't know what Pokemon is, first of all, that means you're definitely older than all of us. So, like,
where have
welcome?
you been for the last
But it is a
30
Pokemon,
years?
right?
I mean,
Yes.
It's pretty tough. I mean, I would understand not knowing that Bidoof is a Pokemon. But if you, like,
yeah.
don't know what a Pokemon is...
Yeah, where
I
have you
want to
been?
say
What?
that my sister could probably name a lot of Pokemon. She probably wouldn't be able to name Bidoof.
There's a lot
So,
of Pokemon that I don't know are Pokemon, but if somebody said the name of them, I'd be like, that sounds like a Pokemon.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
There are 1,088 current Pokemon in the like national decks. Like,
Too
for all
damn
of them,
many.
which is a lot, right? And I wouldn't expect anybody to know those, but most people have whatever generation they started playing at pretty memorized. And as long as if you're only quizzing somebody on like one gen, most people can nail it.
Yeah. I got 2 gens down pat. Like, I know for sure I can get 1 and 2. I probably can't sit there and rattle them off and know I got all of them, but like, you know what I mean? Like, if I see a picture or whatever, I'll know the name.
When I was a young warthog, which is what I've taken to saying anytime I saw anything about the past, I could have done the Kanto decks in order when I was like 10.
Yeah, definitely. 151
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
easily down
I would
pat.
yeah, it's like you do that just for fun, you know?
Yep.
Because
I want to say if you give me like them as like little tiles and they're like fill out this board in what order you're supposed to go in.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I guarantee you I could probably get
I
it.
can do that. I can also tell you the last Pokemon mentioned in the Poke Rap for no reason other than I can. It's Arbok. Arbok is the last Pokemon said in the Poke Rap song. My daughter also loves Pokemon right now, and she's been going through a thing of just wanting to listen to Pokemon soundtrack songs in the car. And the Poke Rap is on there, of course. So yeah.
You know,
I'm slowly learning the entire Poke Rap.
right. It's funny because I've been replaying RCS to prepare for ZA.
Oh yeah, heck yeah, me too. Me too.
So it's just funny to me that I know we can talk about Pokemon easily, but we don't normally just bring up, hey, let's talk about Pokemon.
Yeah, it's been my hyper focus recently. I'm holding Pokemon cards right now. And I was on a VGC kick before that, so I can tell you anything about any competitive Pokemon for sure. But I've also just been playing a lot of the games randomly, like in my spare time. Like I was playing Red version, like OG Red, on my Game Boy while I was waiting for service at a dealership the other day, and a guy just walked up and was like, stopped, double taked at me and was like, "Is that a Game Boy?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "They make those?" I was like, "Oh God, no! I've had this since I was 8." And he was just like,
no.
"All right, cool," and he just walked off. I'm just sitting there playing Red version.
Ellie thinks your kids good people.
I mean, yeah.
Cool.
She likes the Pokemans, which is good enough. No, that's
something.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, I have a question. You know, we're gonna go face live. Not that it's not important for this question. It's just you know, because
To kind of start us to
we're sitting here. Yeah.
actually play.
Because I don't know how crazy I got us
Is
looking
that
right now.
actually
Oh,
playing?
pretty crazy. Pretty crazy.
Pretty
All right, hold on.
crazy, huh? Oh yeah, we are a bit on the nutso side.
I had you in the right spots though.
Yeah, there you go.
I did
Good
that.
catch, Nim. Good catch, buddy.
Yeah. Hold on. I got Panda looking a little crazy still. Actually, hold on for a second.
I mean, he's doing that to himself.
Hey,
He ain't making. he ain't making
hey,
anything
oh,
crazier than he
hey,
is.
oh,
Hey, you, Copernicus, with your shirt, your shoes, your face.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, so the question is, let's say the world turns into like Last of Us type shit, like that disaster happens.
Mhm.
Who here's trying to like live through that? Honest question. Who's out and who's like, I'm making it? Like,
I'm out.
Random survival instinct will just kick in, and I won't even think about the fact that I'm just putting one foot in front of the other.
fair. But are you gonna be the guy that's like grabbing other people, like we're gonna make it through this, or are you just like I
Oh,
gotta
hell no.
like grab this person? I just gotta go to here, get to safety.
Yeah,
type of
that's
thing.
probably me. I'm just thinking about getting me there, and
Look, I don't know where Granny's is out of remembrance.
I do.
because I've never driven there. That's my issue.
Yeah.
I know it's like Guthrie-ish. That's probably going to be my plan, is head out to like my grandparents out in Guthrie because they got a big ass pond. So
So you're trying to live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I ain't like. First of all, I'm gonna pull a. I'm forgetting his name in the show, but Ron Swanson, his character, where it's like, oh, the government's taking people. Hell no. I ain't doing that. Which, I mean, he was like a weird prepper, but he was also right.
Sure. Yeah. Don't try to save me. I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it.
But I gotta save Harley though.
Listen to me, dude. If let's just say this shit happens all at once, all right? If you don't like dark thoughts, hypotheticals, plug your ears for like a minute and a half, all right? So listen here. If stuff pops up around this vicinity that'll take like 2 full fucking automatic weapon clips and still rip a man in half, like fuck. I don't know how else to put this to you, bro. Harley's getting a full jar of peanut butter, and that's gonna be the last thing he remembers. And then I'm also out. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
He's gonna have a great time, and then if there's a hereafter or whatever, I'll be like, hey bro, I'm sorry I did that. He'd be like, what are you talking about? Where's my jar of peanut butter? Because I know him, and I'm not sticking around. I'm just not. For what? What is the victory scenario? This isn't even me arguing against you guys wanting to survive. I'm just saying from my what's the victory scenario? We fight tooth and nail to scrabble over like everything that's left and fight other people and all this shit, and like you outlive the virus to be like, sweet, we're in the world with like no Wi-Fi. And
capitalism to a T. I don't understand. This is just
I think
next
you
week,
misunderstand.
Patrick.
But
we have Wi-Fi, Dave.
I don't think I'm gonna make it. My ass is gonna try and get the odds better for all those people that want to make it to the non-Wi-Fi stage.
No, they got it.
Wi-Fi stage.
They got it. I ain't trying to drag nobody with me, but like, no, they
like look, man. If I
them
can pull
Gryffindors got it. They can go be brave. I'm out.
If I can pull whatever Resident Evil that was, where the guy got bit and he drove the tanker full of fuel into the horde of zombies, kind of ending, hell yeah.
Ellie'd be the weirdo breaking into bookstores and libraries to learn how to make a bicycle power generator for her group of survivors.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
so she'd be trying to survive.
That's an alternator.
But she's not on stream, so she's secondary. I'm kidding. But I mean, congrats. Like, it's cool to be like, I'm
gonna go break into libraries and burn all the books for firewood.
Speaking of alternators,
it was somebody else brought this conversation up because him and his wife started watching The Last of Us, and they were having that conversation. So he was like, "I'm so glad I chose right because neither of us is trying to get through this shit."
I mean, yeah.
But I was like, yeah, I know me. I would have like, okay, I have a list of shit that I kind of want to do before I die, like new bucket list, right? And then I have like a list of shit that it's like, I'd be cool with dying doing this stuff. But if I open the door and there's a bunch of like crazy shit out there, I'm done. Fuck it. Nope.
Oh man, I didn't get to do one thing.
We ain't doing that.
Yeah.
You know what? I've got a lot of great memories. I would love to make more continuing, but I'd really not rather add a bunch of like fighting clickers and shit into that pool to potentially be my last thought before I'm inevitably ripped apart. Like, fuck that. But more power. I'm just saying, the PSA is like, if the shit happens and it's that bad, don't be like, we gotta go get Patrick. We gotta go save Kiken. He ain't waiting for you. Like, he's not waiting.
That is fair.
Like, you'll get the last text salute, and that's it.
We have just bad luck is one of those things that you have to deal with, and technology failing on you is also one of those things you're gonna have to deal with. My alternator works fine in my car, but the belt on my alternator doesn't. It broke while I was driving, and then the belt got stuck in my engine, and now my car is in the shop.
Already,
That was
dude?
fun, I know. And it's
The one you
brand new.
just got?
Yes. The alternator belt just happened to break, and when it broke, instead of clean snapping and falling out of the car, it got stuck in stuff. So,
Of course. Because it's one of those dumb
Holy
ones
shit.
where it's like, they have like a surfing belt and a alternator belt.
yeah.
They have like multiple belts or some
Yep.
bullshit.
Yeah. Exactly.
Instead of just running it all off of one.
Yep. But yeah. So, fun times.
Also, damn well they got that trade in and looked at it and were like, how much is it? $20? We'll just make the next guy pay
It
for it.
literally cost $20 because I bought a new belt and put it on there, but then I had some other problems because there was gunk in it. So yes, because I can replace a belt. That's not hard. But
See, Ellie's talking about like installing herself as like the knowledge mafia on libraries and stuff. Listen, if you're gonna try to make a monopoly on a thing, you gotta get something that people are really gonna want, but they don't know they need it right away. You gotta be like the Don of Pepto. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Like you snag all the Pepto. You know what I mean?
Hey, look, man, we're losing internet. Old analog stuff is gonna come back. All right.
That's true. That's true.
I'm gonna go pick up magazines.
Oh God, get corner of the porn market. That'll be something.
Think about it, man.
I have so much physical copies of anime.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Also, like the manga and comic book market's gonna go nuts.
Toilet paper
Other literacy
mafioso.
things.
See, Ellie, the toilet paper mafioso, like that's gonna be a hot market. We've already seen how contested that's gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And we're
We'll just go, like,
everybody's
let's go back to-
strapped.
Yeah.
I don't want to be contesting. You know.
Hey, can
Plus,
we?
like,
I don't
for
know.
Can we
reasons
start?
people
Yeah.
will target me.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah.
we're yapping for sure. Anyway, so speaking
That is
of
longer than a minute.
hotly contested markets, I don't really have a segue for that, but y'all busted up this innkeeper's place pretty bad. It's pretty ugly. For some reason, there's blood stains all over the place, a bed that's been completely destroyed, a bunch of hay and feathers thrown all over the room. There's like a halberd wound in the wall and the floor. There's a shattered window.
That wasn't a wound in the wall. It was an explosion.
No, the explosion helped destroy the bed.
Oh, did it? Because it was between the bed and the wall. So it could have been.
Somebody had a
both.
good time.
Yeah, I'll tack on some more damage. That's fine.
yeah,
So anyway,
stop making it worse.
But there's
Also,
What about
smell
the
pulls up.
floorboards? Were the floorboars damaged?
yes.
Oh, they probably were. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
somehow there's black
you can
mold
imagine-
and it's our fault. I don't know.
Right. Anytime Lavia swung a big ass halberd in that room and missed, or even when she hit, like there's probably damage to the room. You know what I mean? It's not sized for that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of damage to the room. We'll just put it that way, including busted window, destroyed bed, lots of blood. Now, you guys were meeting with the guard, and kind of worked it out to be that, like, you know, hey, look, as long as you make it right with that innkeeper, you know, we're good, kind of deal. So, other than like dealing with the situation with Han, because you don't know what's gonna happen with him yet, that's the other task before you leave town, is maybe find a way for him to not take this to the courts, right? Now I know in the meta, you guys know we're approaching the final part of this campaign. You probably won't be swinging back through here. So you can just be like, fuck this guy, whatever, and leave, right? But I know
that's
your
not
characters
how-
wouldn't do that, and
Exactly.
the players wouldn't disrespect my world that way, because I'll kill you. So,
I've already been killed. What? I'm joking.
hey, look, when you got magic, you can re-up on murder. That's one of the beauties. All right. No, but anyway.
Also, I was gonna say, how many characters you got in Tikan's world? They all better watch their backs.
I've died twice.
Oh, yes, we are. Well, I say we. I, being in those games, am aware, but you can always die more times.
Yeah. Dave's character got eaten. Out of spite.
Yeah, you can always die more.
No, Elliot, is not a forever campaign.
Yeah, no. We got other ones. They're being worked on. In the tiny spaces that I have the mental capacity to do so, they are being worked on. There's other stuff that I can't talk about yet, but yeah. This one will come to an end at some point. We are in the final arc, effectively. At least for now. We can always revisit it, but don't you guys want? You guys want to see some other characters? You guys want to play some other characters, right? Like,
I know I'm excited. I mean, as much as I've loved playing Eli,
thank you.
I am also excited to do other things.
Yeah. It'll be fun, but you still got a while. But either way, obviously your characters know that innkeeper is not an enemy of yours, and one thing to keep in mind, not just you all, but just to kind of talk to the audience a little bit as well. Oh, you just gifted Jake a sub. That's funny. There's not like insurance here, you know what I mean? So when you're like an innkeeper and something that, keep in mind, this was like their best room. You just saw the size, but that's big room for like a modest inn. When you have something like that happen, it's not like you can just be like, okay, well, I got to press charges for this stuff, but like insurance will cover these things that are covered, and at least I'll be kind of made whole about these things, and I can get my business running while I deal with all the other litigation. He doesn't have that. So if y'all just bounce, like literally, if y'all just left town, it's the worst that's gonna happen. He gets to talk shit about you, and maybe you have outstanding debts here in Bayan, but like, fuck it, you'll skip Bayan. Like, so it's like it's a big deal for him, is I guess what I'm getting at. So anyway, before you get to dealing with the innkeeper, I believe still at the station, you wanted to mention something about Han.
Yeah,
so I'll leave it to you
guys. What would be done with Han?
Yeah. So I imagine it would be probably Eli who speaks on that. So if you want to intro into that RP and figure out which one of you just got Yanshi's blessing.
Okay. So listen.
Just
I'm talking to the captain guy, right? Still.
Yes.
That's who I was talking to last session. Okay. So listen, I know it's been a hectic night, and I'm sorry that you've been awoken from your bed, but like a lot of this started because Han over there was a friend of ours, a friend of the whole group, but of my company as well, and there's obviously something wrong with him, and we want to make sure he's going to be taken care of, and we want to know what the plans are or what the procedure for this is, because if necessary, we can take him with us and make sure he gets proper care. If not, we need to kind of figure out what's going on here and what you all can do. I'm not trying to burden your city further by adding a potentially catatonic individual to it. So we're willing to kind of take responsibility here.
Yeah, you can tell he's kind of giving you like a bit of an appraising look. Just given the situation, how that whole thing played out. It's like, I'm not sure if that's the best thing to do. But go ahead and roll me diplomacy here.
Sure.
Jesus. Okay.
Hey.
So that's a
I stole
30.
somebody's dice, apparently.
God. Are you keeping the 30, or would you like to enhance that in some way?
Nah, I'm gonna just keep the 30. That's fine with me. 30's Gucci.
Fucking hell. Okay. All right, I'll be honest with you. This was borderline I don't think you can roll on this yet because it's a little too sketch, since you guys just like had a fight with the person that was in his room. So obviously there's this like, do they just want to take this guy out of town and kill him? Like, are they his enemies, or what's that going on? But you do have working in your favor. Obviously, you've had an opportunity to do that if that's what you were going to do. So clearly that isn't the situation. And he does technically still believe that you're possibly working with the White Thrush. Not necessarily convinced, but it is a possibility. So I had the DC at 27.
Oh, hex yeah.
So I had set it really high.
Diplomacy
but
caution things.
30 is crazy. Okay. So yeah, you offer to take him. You can see the like. I won't say that he's torn. Excuse me. I won't say that he's torn. But you can kind of see the conflict a little bit of just like he's sort of tossing around the ideas, and then he'll ask, "So do you know what his destination was, or perhaps where this gentleman was headed? I imagine to a hospital."
Well, so originally, he was traveling with, the lady and some other compatriots and everything, and then whatever happened to him that caused him to be this way. I'm not entirely sure on the specifics, but I would imagine they were trying to transport him to somewhere to receive care. It appears to be magical in nature, so less of a hospital, more of a, cleric or temple.
I see. Well,
Lamia will have to interrupt.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
I forget what his whole name is, but Sir Batu have the most precise place where he was heading to.
Oh, Visag. This is
Thank you.
Yeah. That is true. His other employer person contact would probably know exactly where they were going. But
I know he was here yesterday.
Once
or last night.
Han
which of the two?
Entered this state, I would assume that location changed from whatever the goal was to somewhere to help him out of this condition. And if his condition was triggered by the lady, which is what we assume, I don't think we've given her name. I know we know her name. I don't think we've given her name to the authorities, so I'm not giving her name to the authorities. Just making that clear. I remember Mara's name.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So it's just by the lady, which is what we assume. Then, getting him medical assistance is next best bet. Or I would say spiritual assistance more than medical, probably, because a cleric might be the only person who can fix this. In fact, I know just the lady, if she's on the way we're going, and I think she is.
Maybe. I know there was a medicine woman that came through here.
Was her name well met by chance? Because that's who I'm exactly talking about and who to look for.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. I don't know where she was headed, if she was going westward or eastward. We're, maybe warning most people off of heading east right now just because the situation is a little uncertain. But
definitely, it's one of the reasons we're heading west, in fact.
Makes sense. All right, well, I will let you know. I mean, you all have a reputation and all. You got a business and everything. So I won't mince my words too much. If something happens to that young man in your care, well, I'm not going to be the one taking heat for it on behalf of the town. Right? We're trusting in your good nature and reputation and everything. And if that comes back on us, we'll have to let folks know that maybe you aren't the upstanding folks we thought you were.
Well, certainly.
All right. As long as that's understood, that it's your responsibility if you take him. And then, speaking of responsibilities, a couple of my guys are with the innkeeper now, so if y'all want to go out there, then they can mediate and make sure nothing gets out of hand, and y'all get that sorted.
Right. We can do that. Make sure we get him taken care of.
All right.
I really would hate to be the guy that's like, no, what are the items valued at as is? Not like to purchase them brand new, like what cops do when you have stuff stolen. They're like,
yeah.
It's like, well, you got a laptop that was 6 years old. I can't give you it wasn't the value of when it was brand new.
Do you want to press charges over this?
Yeah.
Well, to put
then
it
I
in
can't
modern
do
terms,
anything.
Put it in modern terms, you guys are not the police. You are settling
I know.
out of that. They're giving you the opportunity to do it rather than be like, making it a legal thing.
Yeah.
Which people still do during a settlement,
I mean, that is how we get, out of court settlements for sure.
But if you guys want to go that route, feel free to. But
No, I
his
wanna get the
opinion
heck
of you
outta
is
here.
probably not high, just to be
And
clear.
Far too gregarious of a character to nickel and dime people.
But yeah, I know you have limited funds right now, but you'll just have to. We'll have to see how that goes. Cool. Before you guys head out, because like they're not obviously not like holding you for the night or anything. You're all together. The medic that was with them will kind of chime in, like you guys are like getting up, maybe like grabbing your stuff and whatnot, and they say, Captain, that necklace, that magic thing, do we really want to keep that here? Maybe not. Hey, Aldwin's folks, forgive me.
The shadow
working on 2 hours
before
of
the
sleep.
rest of us do because he said Aldwin's name first. So my shadow turns around, then I turn around.
You hear somebody gasp.
Yeah.
It's true.
Real quick question, just real.
Yeah.
Try to open up the party sheet, and it's asking me if I want to use the character mancer, create an NPC, or edit sheet directly.
You can just click edit sheet directly or whatever, but click on the bio. It's got all the other stuff in it.
Yeah.
That's
The
where
bio page is the main page for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was looking at our inventory, so.
Yeah, you good. Shit, but yeah, he calls you guys, so you hear somebody gasp and goes, "Oh, it's true." But the captain kind of like furrows his brow at that for a second, like didn't notice whatever it was,
Yeah.
and says,
he's tired.
Says, "You all are doing the investigation on them items and whatnot, so y'all want to take that thing with you?"
Honestly, no, but we will to get it out of your hair. I have no problem taking it. Well, that's not entirely true. I have a problem taking it, but I'm willing to take it, I guess. So I stand it on for nothing. My apologies.
Okay. I think it's, see, that room there was the one that Modrek folks were renting, so I'm assuming it's probably something of their property. It's a thing that I'll have to make sure to let them know who's got it, in case they want to come back for it.
Yeah, I believe it was actually something to do with Han here, but I'm not entirely sure. The last time I saw someone in possession of this necklace, it was Mr. Hanbara.
You don't seem to want nothing to do with it, so we just got to cover all our bases.
Totally understand.
But other than that, yeah. Then he like motions to somebody, and they just bring you the like whole box thing, and then open it so you can take it out because they don't want to touch it. Which you already know, like grab the chain of it, scoop that out. Cool. So now you have a mysterious necklace back in your possession.
Great. Just where
cool.
I wanted it.
And he otherwise lets you guys out. Is there any RP you want to have amongst yourselves before you approach the innkeeper, or?
I'm gonna hand this necklace off to Rahala in one of those where you're handing a potential explosive device to somebody kind of moment, where you're like, all right, take this very carefully for me because I don't want to hold it while I'm talking to this guy.
Sam also reaches out for it with a hungry look on his face.
Rahala takes it quickly then. Remembering that Sam was like, "Oh yeah, put these beads in my mouth. Was that bad?" Yeah, I licked it. I licked it real good. It didn't taste great, but I licked all of them.
And all food only works on non-magical items.
Look, I think I've built up a tolerance. I could probably eat a regular metal thing now.
Anyway, Lamia will say, sorry for the rude awakening in the middle of the night, Yovane.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's clearly necessary. All things considered. Is this normal for all of you?
No, honestly.
More normal than we'd like, though.
What do you mean,
He's
no?
walking in like the middle of the group.
What do you mean, no? Yeah, no.
We don't normally sneak into people's rooms in the middle of the night.
What was that?
Oh,
No, but
Literally
we're
a cat
awoken by
running across the road.
Oh yeah, we're awoken by conflict, fighting, otherworldly wolves.
old guy getting chased by
yeah, teleported to other lands.
assassins.
Yeah, that's
brownies,
normal.
Magic.
You know.
He was just naming things and just watching the horror appear on his face to deepen.
Paler and paler
Yeah.
he goes.
Sam getting shot with arrows.
Yeah. Sam getting set on
Wonderful.
fire.
I'm sure you have incredible
That hasn't
stories.
happened for months, Sam.
Sam getting shot by a crossbow bolt.
Months. That's such a long time between being shot. Do please tell me we're heading somewhere brighter.
Well, remember, we intend to go to the capital.
Oh, I just mean immediately. Just like walking through the street.
We're gonna go meet with the innkeeper, and then once that's settled, we're gonna leave. You can ride in the wagon. There's a light on in the wagon. You can actually sit in there if you'd like. With the lamp.
You don't mind. You don't mind.
This might not be fashionable, but I do have this cap of light.
You do?
Yeah, you just gotta, say light, and it'll activate.
I wouldn't want
try
to
something real quick.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna cast Dark Vision on him, and see if that helps alleviate his fear of the dark.
I have to think for a moment. Okay, so you cast it. Oh shit!
I'm gonna give him warning too. I'm not
out.
just gonna cast it out of nowhere. I'm gonna go, hey, let me try something. This is magic a bit, and then I'm gonna do it.
He looks nervous. You tap him on the shoulder, and you can see like his eyes like kind of shift. They almost go like negative for a second, and then shift back to normal. And then he stops walking. Just completely stops. Like you'll walk past him a little bit, look back, and he's just frozen in place. He's like, I can't tell where it is now.
Oh man, that's awful.
Where are the? Oh no! And he like realizes that he's like a step behind everyone and just hauls ass back to the middle of the group. Like seems to be sticking to Varbrong now, just because he's the biggest.
Yeah.
Good choice.
He's the guy I would stick to.
It kind of shows him a little bit, obviously not understanding that he's phobic.
You can still have my Capelite when you're. Did you cast Dark Vision on him, Eli?
I did. Yeah, I was thinking if maybe being able to see everything would help with alleviate his fear of it, because generally people who are afraid of the dark are afraid of the unknown, not the dark.
I wasn't aware you were a therapist.
No, but I live
generous.
in the dark.
It's very generous. I can see now. That's a raccoon. That's what that was the whole time. Why is it just standing there? Shoo! What left?
You did tell it to shoo, Yovane. But yeah, here's my Capelite whenever his Dark Vision runs out. That way, you can always just turn it on.
It should run out tomorrow morning sometime. I look at my watch; it's not there. So
you give him the cap of light. He immediately turns it on. He goes, "Oh, I see the diff. Oh, that's how that looks. How interesting. So now I can see the dark parts.
This man's life.
The parts that are in grayscale are the parts that were dark before. Can't really see through the rain. Now he seems more nerding out about this. Obviously, he's never had dark vision before.
Yeah. I'm like looking at him because I've had dark vision for so long. I forget what it's like to not have dark vision. So I'm just kind of like watching him, just like, oh, okay.
But he is now keeping up, but he's a little bit shaken. But like, yeah, it's not as bad. He does kind of yap about it the whole time as you guys are walking. But that's background. If you guys want to have any RP, you may.
So, okay, look. We settle the claim with the Sinkeeper, right, guys? We load Han onto one of the wagons.
Yes.
And then we get out of here. We just travel through the night. We'll try and sleep in the day in the next town we get to, I guess. We're going to have to go a little slower, obviously, because tonight we're going to have to be more on our guard, but we're all in agreement that we should probably just get the heck out of Dodge.
Yeah, that'd probably be for the best.
Okay.
Did you want to take the time to identify the necklace?
After I talk to the Innkeeper, we can do that on the road.
Okay.
Because we're going to have time, right? We're traveling. We're in wagons.
Yep.
Yeah, but you'll be sleepy.
I don't know if I'm going to be sleepy for a little while, and then I'll be incredibly sleepy for a long while. I don't know about you, but every time I almost get stabbed to death, I'm very awake for quite a bit. And then I'm very sleepy.
Yeah.
Lamia ponders.
You have had
I
many
think that's
more
how it
occasions of
worked.
almost
Yeah.
being stabbed to death, and then actually
Right.
being stabbed to death. You know
Yeah.
both.
Yes.
True.
So she does say, yeah, I think that's how that works.
It's that crazy adrenaline spike where you're just like wired, and then it just dumps off, and you fall off a cliff. Like, and you're just like, I'm asleep.
Yeah, adrenal dump sucks. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if you're at a doctor's that say you have to stay up. You have to stay awake. Ugh.
I have a buddy, a friend of mine, who plays paintball on the team I play, and he has an issue with that, like adrenaline regulation, because he'll have like really intense points, and he'll be really hype, and then the point's over, and he'll dump, and he'll like literally pass out. And for a long time, we thought it was like heat stroke and stuff, and it's not. It's his adrenaline dumping on him. So he had to get like an inhaler from a doctor to help regulate that, so he doesn't just dump and crash.
Is he pro?
No.
Okay. I was gonna say if he is, then might check with a sports psychologist because that's also mental.
Yeah, but no. It's also just been happening since he was like 18. So
Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, you guys continue on. You make it back to the inn. You can see as you're approaching it that there are some people who are very, I won't say angrily, sharply leaving. Like they've got all their stuff or whatever, leaving. Like not like droves, because there weren't that many people, but you can definitely see like a few parties that are leaving that inn or whatever, heading down the road or whatever else, heading towards the stables. Like they're just like, fuck it, we're up, we're gonna leave.
yeah.
Whatever's going on.
Oops.
Doors open. There's still like the awning and everything. You still can see. You can see through the mud room. Like it's a very small one. You can see through it into the main lobby of the area, and you can see the innkeeper is just like arms folded, obviously very tense, as looks like he's just chatting with like the couple of guards that are in there, but like you could tell the body language. It's very sharp, very abrupt. He's obviously very upset.
Gotcha. So I'm walking up just like a freaking moonbeam, trying to be as friendly as possible. Double handshake. Be like, oh, hello, sir. So sorry about all of this. It's incredibly unfortunate. I'd like to help make this right. Sam, would you go get our stuff? Be a dear. Because I'm sending him up to our room so nobody can stop us from taking our things and leaving.
Oh, wait, you guys were able to get your stuff already.
Okay. I was just making sure.
Yeah.
Like,
That was
make sure
last
you go grab our stuff. And then well, actually, I'm still gonna handle this mostly. I'm like, Sam, do go take Yvain and Vibrong and get the horses and everything ready. And then I'll just like spin and just start talking to this guy.
Cool. So you all have to kind of like grab his hand. You can tell by the like when you do the handshake and stuff, he's like not really interested in the handshake. It's like he kind of does it because you do surprise him with the like, he doesn't want to be overtly rude.
Yeah.
But it's like he probably wasn't gonna shake your hand. You know?
Fair enough.
So you kind of approach him that way. You ask Sam to go do the thing. You see the guards are kind of just standing semi nearby. They're not like weapons drawn or anything, but you know they're there in case one of you flips out or whatever else happens. They're there.
Yeah.
You don't tell me what bags to get. I draw my sword. No,
Yeah, Sam. Okay.
okay, they're turning on each other. Ooh.
Yeah, make our job easier.
This is diplomacy just to kind of see what I know what his starting attitude is going to be. It's going to be kind of determine his demeanor towards you. So just give me another diplomacy real quick. This is not going to alter his starting attitude, just so you know.
I'm gonna throw a luck die at that one. Whoa, indeed.
What the hell happened?
I broke the luck.
It's still going.
Oh,
It is still
God.
going.
Huh.
How many did we have?
Well, not 1,000. It's
Definitely
still pushing
not.
somehow.
I don't
Okay,
know
there we
why
go.
It's still going. It
I don't
finally
know.
Stopped.
Yeah, my
fucking
roll 20
API
must have
broke.
glitched. Yeah, my roll
Or
20 must have
something.
glitched.
Let me just scroll way back up.
Oh God.
Jeez, that's so many.
I just need to see the. Ooh. Hold on. It ran it out.
It crazy.
I gotta look at the previous. Okay, here.
Okay,
here
we had 7. The first one that he rolled was a 20. Oh God.
I got it.
Okay.
It was a 4.
Cool. Great.
Okay.
That makes
it so many
21.
times.
Before I do anything else, somebody else click roll luck.
Yeah, please make sure it doesn't
bam.
do that. Okay.
Okay, cool. So yeah, it was a click glitch thing.
I'm gonna click it one more time since I refreshed to make sure it doesn't do it again. Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah. Sweet.
So yep, it was just some weird click glitch. All right. Neat.
I was like, oh no, the API snapped. It's gone rogue. Okay, so that puts you at a 21. Let me.
I gotta reopen my character sheet and everything now.
Back in here. Jesus. Okay. So you're at a 21. I'm assuming you're keeping the 21.
Yeah, that's 21's great. I'll keep my 21. That's wonderful.
Okay. So with your approach and everything, you can tell you kind of surprised him a little bit with the like the way that you approached and are immediately like, hey, we're gonna try to make this right for you. That was clearly one of the phrases he was looking for, or the types of phrases he was looking for. Mm-hmm. Yet still, his response as he like pulls his hand away from you, it's not like as sharp as it would have been. But he's like, look, all I asked was for you to not cause trouble. Look, I know you all had your history or whatever that your buddy was talking about, but all I asked you for was to not cause trouble with them. Okay, it's not like it was if it was on me, if I had put you guys together or something like that, then I would accept responsibility, but you went looking for it. Why? Why didn't you tell me this could have happened just by your action? I thought when you said there could be trouble, it would be if they sought you out. That's not what happened.
So I completely understand. Yeah, no, and you're entirely valid in your statement, and respectfully, you're right. However, a man's life was in danger, and I stepped in. Was that the right thing to do for your business? No, but I feel like it was the right thing to do for me as a person, and I'm deeply sorry that it caused you this much turmoil, and that's why I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make this right.
Okay, look, I've already had people leaving over this. It woke me up, woke my family up. Everybody was scared shitless. I haven't got to sit there and go through all the damages with a fine-tooth comb.
So,
okay?
What's the value of this building?
The building?
What's the value of the building?
Give me a second.
Yeah.
Walks around the desk. Like, you can tell he's like flipping through his ledger and everything. He obviously doesn't just keep like a complete total of it, but he's probably got some numbers figured up just in case. Just, what it's currently sitting at, it's a pretty valuable spot. We've got soldiers and stuff coming through. He like glances up at you for a moment. You can tell he's thinking. You don't know if he's thinking like, I'm gonna try to get over on this guy, or like.
And I'm not gonna sense motive.
I was gonna sense motive.
I'm not gonna do it.
Go ahead.
So somebody better.
19, pretty solid.
I'll keep it.
Keeping the 19.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 19 is not quite good enough for a hunch. You know the DC's 20.
Yeah. It's just, But,
the basic sense you're getting off of him, he is, I'll say this, he is still hostile, is his disposition. But there's nothing so far that you get like a read off of how he's going to approach this. Just that like he clearly is very upset, specifically at your group. Um, he digs through it for a little bit more and says, "Look, if I was gonna sell it for some reason today, I'd be looking at about $8,000."
Okay, great. And how many rooms are there?
There's 12.
12 rooms. Okay, wonderful. Follow-up question: do you owe any money on it still, or did you buy it outright?
No, this place belongs to my family. Has for a couple of generations.
Wonderful. So you have 12 rooms for rent, and the cost of the building is 8,000, right?
Yes, 12 rooms for rent. If you count where my family stays, then we're looking at 15.
Okay. Well, I'm going off of your business rooms, just because it's a
Then
business.
12.
Great. How about this? I'll give you 600 gold. That's a little less than 1/12 because we're not counting the kitchen, the kids, everything. But the problem is, I can only pay you 100 gold today and send the 500 via stabled courier with a message I will send out today before we leave.
Okay, roll me diplomacy.
There we go.
21 is decent. There's obviously a modifier here because money's involved.
Yeah.
But you know if he's hostile, that's a base 25 to change his disposition.
Yes, I'm just not betting it on rolling a 4 on the luck die. Honestly, I'll just
Leave it as is.
roll.
Okay.
Yep.
So I would like to state realistically, how common is it for people to be carrying around thousands of gold?
Right.
Yeah. Hence
I
why
mean,
I was
yeah.
willing to give him a 100 now to
Yeah.
be like
Yeah.
a good faith gesture.
You're not working
Like,
against his expectations of you having that much on you. You're working against the fact that it's like it doesn't fucking matter to him. It's like you've ruined his best room, kind of thing. And you guys are leaving town, so it's not like you can sit here and be like, "Oh yeah, we'll give this over this amount of time." However, I will say, I already had figures up about how much the damages and stuff cost. It's a very generous offer. Your other check did de-escalate him some, so there's already a bonus attached there. You can see that he does give you like a long, kind of scrutinizing look. And he sighs. He's like, "Yeah, look, a hundred's not going to cut it for the whole room right now, but it's enough that I can do most of the repairs and sell it maybe with just the one bed for now." Yeah, he's like, "You're being fair. I can accept that you're being fair. I'm still kind of pissed off."
As you should be.
600's a lot more than I was going to ask you for.
I mean, I offered what I thought was fair, not what you were going to ask.
Okay. Yeah, let me write something up real quick and we can shake on it.
Sounds great. Can I borrow a piece of parchment, or I suppose get a piece of parchment from you, so I can write to my financier and accountant to make sure the money's sent directly to you via courier, the rest of it?
You can tell he's joking very easily. He's just like, "Parchment's, about 2 silver a sheet."
Oh, yeah.
He takes a piece out.
We might have to just cut that, and then it'll be, 599 gold and 8 silver then is what I'll owe you. I'll just pay up for the
He
parchment.
goes, "Don't worry about it." Grabs like a quill and an inkwell.
Oh, Lamia had fished out 2 silver. And she'll just put it back.
Doing the casual hand motion like this to her that we're joking.
You can kind of see that he notices it, and then he gives just like a shake. He's like, "Don't worry about it." Hell of a night. But we'll say that you guys go through writing it up. You check over what he says a couple of times. I imagine, given the energy of this so far, there's a couple of things where Eli's like, "Let's tighten up this language a little. I don't want anyone else seeing this, and thinking you're getting a bad deal. I want to be sure you're going to get this amount regardless of what else comes up," kind of thing. You kind of go back for, is Eli training linguistics, or you have the profession? Is that what
I have the profession? I am not trained in linguistics.
Okay, so
I'm pretty sure.
one rank or multiple?
I have 5 ranks in my profession, so
Yeah, that's enough for you to be like, you can use your profession in this case, not in linguistics. You don't have to actually roll it.
Great.
But it'll just be like, hey, I recall what a good contract for us looks like, so let me make sure that yours looks good. And then he also knowing what a good write-up is, and kind of between the two of you. You definitely worked that down. You can tell by the end of it, you know, he's not going to be going around singing your praises necessarily, but he's not going to talk shit on you. You know, if this kind of thing comes up, he can be like, hey, they did make it right, kind of deal. Like, he's not going to badmouth you or anything, which is good. Innkeepers and tavern owners tend to be hubs for gossip and rumors and all that kind of stuff. So you have appeased it, and then of course, whether or not that's going to turn even more positive in the future whenever he's fully paid out that amount is to be seen. But by the end of it, that hostility is clearly gone. You're then mostly just dealing with the fact that, you know, he's had to get woken up to terror and, you know, potential financial ruin and all this other stuff. You learn that, like, you know, he has a young child that got woken up that is now, like, crying constantly because they finally got her to sleep. So it's just that stuff. You, like, kind of learn what you were working against there, that kind of thing. But the hostility is clearly gone. Even by the end of it, he's like, you know, he's checking, like, you know, you guys still wanting to, like, you know, finish your stay in the room. That's fine if you need to, that kind of thing. Because your room's not damaged, just the other one.
Yeah.
Speaking of, with that 600, is our door that we kind of broke also included in that?
So I'm paying out the 50 gold that we had left for the company, and then all of the gold in my pockets, which is basically 100. I have 9 silver and 8 copper left. So
no, I'm just asking a genuine question. Like, would that be included with the?
Are you asking in character?
Yeah, Lamia would, because she knows that door is broken.
Okay. That's. I wasn't sure. I assumed you were asking in the meta. Yeah, it's the 600's way more than what he was going to ask for.
Okay, that's fine.
Way more.
I will have him look over the letter I wrote to Mayor, by the way, before I wax seal it to have it sent off, so that he can check that I obviously wrote to send this guy the money, and then I will present him with a gift of the bottle of Alsani gold, which is worth way more than all of this, because I don't actually want it.
Oh.
Because it's upsetting to me. I'm not
going to break Rahala's heart.
I know.
And probably Sam's. But, so yeah, you present that, and he's, at first...
I see that frowny face.
You're like having a conversation, like, hey, here, I want you to have this. And he goes, oh, I can't take that. Very clearly, he's like, that's too much. But I don't know if you insist. You know, it's like a polite thing to, like, refuse that kind of gift.
Yeah. This was part of my plan. I'm going to pour him a drink as my compromise. Is that we all have a drink to his good health. So
okay.
I had
already opened it.
I will have opened it, yes. But I also don't want it, actually. Like, legitimately, like...
What am I heartbroken about? Sorry, I zoned out.
He's giving the guy the Alsani gold.
I'll pour him... I'll pour him a glass. I'll pour Rahala a glass, Sam a glass, like, everybody. But not me. I don't want that. But...
Ren is showing.
Everybody else can have it. No, Ren would have kept it and not told anybody he had it and then drank it all himself. He didn't like the green. Yeah. That he would have been like, you can have that.
Man, Sam, can you imagine if you cast all food on just the bottle and left?
Also, the liquid inside Sam's like, we can share this, takes a bite out of it.
Oh, that's right. Lamia will actually take a drink too.
Yeah, I'll pour you a drink. Yeah. Pour everybody a drink. Except me.
Also,
I don't want one.
I just want to bring out, this is only me and Dave, that you can have that was exactly the same cadence and words you said when I was like, what's Dark Souls?
Yep, yes it was.
I told my girlfriend that story because we were talking about the first Dark Souls boss and how when we didn't know, both of us separately in our lives played that game and did not know that you just run away from the first boss. And I told her about that when I just gave that game to you.
Yep.
Because I was like, bruh, no.
But okay, anyway, that goes over much better. Fuck it. That's a huge gift. You take him from hostile to friendly.
Yeah,
I think that's fair.
Of that interaction.
That was my plan. It's so expensive. I was looking through my inventory earlier when we were talking about making this right, and I was like, what's the most expensive thing I have? I was like, oh, that by a lot.
Yeah. Like, you had already done a lot of work with, like, just clearly addressing the main crux of the issue, which is, like, I'll never financially recover from this. Yeah. Right? But, so you, like, addressed that, made some good checks, you approached with humility, did all the right shit there, and then, like, on top of that, presenting this way over-the-top gift in a way that's a lot harder for him to refuse now, because he also knows, like, you've opened it. It's not like he's like, dude, you're sitting on, like, 1,000 gold or whatever here.
Mm-hmm.
7 days goes by, the shit's bad now, you know, that kind of thing. So, less than that, really. More like 3 or 4, but... Yep. Cool. So you pour that, you know, everyone gets at least a taste of it, except Eli, which, while the rest of them are drinking and whatnot, you know, his, like, wife comes out, he, like, gives her part of what you poured him, kind of deal, and...
she can have my sharing, I don't care. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I imagine these are, like, what do we say, like, probably 2 ounce, these are, like, tasting pours, right? And I just get, like, a full glass. So that he'll have, like, some of the bottle actually left. Mm-hmm. So while that's all going on, I'm trying to think. So you've shared your backstory with, like, the whole party, I know.
Yeah.
I assumed Hattie and Mare already kind of knew it.
More or less.
Mare for sure, but I think Hattie knew it.
Mare knows for sure.
But with the, like, party share, you've also shared it with Rahala as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Because we've shared our connection to the Caliphate.
Right. Okay. So, so while that's kind of happening, and she has, you know, whatever you've poured, she does Rahala kind of leans over to you and says, "You know, I've had this before."
No. Well, yes, but no.
But you haven't.
Yeah, I have. Once.
Oh, really? Different circumstances, I imagine.
The circumstances were wonderful. It's what happened after that wasn't so great. You don't steal from a very angry old man without consequences.
Of course. I was just curious, why not at least enjoy the fruits of your labor? You know, you've got a very different situation to drink to now.
True, but the taste just doesn't sit right anymore. I had it once after, and was all wrong.
Preferably, what? Maybe the Sangvara or the orange.
You know, I can say I've only ever had this one, and I think I had the red ones. And yeah, I'll need to try the others because I don't have any negative attachment to them.
I see. Well, thank you. Which Hattie already has drank her small taste of it. It's like, that was really good. But why are you only pouring, like, a tiny little bit into the cups? Is that she's not even asking Eli because she knows Eli will tell her and then she'll feel dumb. So she's probably asking Sam, who probably also knows.
Funny. Oh, I love it.
Because you're supposed to, like, smell it and some other bullshit. You're supposed to, like, swirl it around and let the aroma release.
I, for one, want to go to Sam's sommelier class. That's what I just heard from that.
Now, what you're really not supposed to do is, like, you're supposed to, like, aerate it, but that does not mean blow bubbles in it.
No, this one already has bubbles.
I know.
Bubbles, and I drank it.
When Lamia heard Sam say that, she immediately blew bubbles into hers on purpose.
It foams and fizzes aggressively.
Straw in there.
Right?
Crazy shot.
Trying to find my goddamn notes on it.
Sam pulls out a ration and dunks it in it and eats it.
That's how my family does it.
Seems like trying to find orange juice to make mimosas with it.
Yeah, it's like, what's
Every
the worst
Tertian
like
person in like
what
100-mile radius is like
oranges?
Yeah. Like, what could I do to accept the French? You know,
Oh
like,
my
or
God.
to upset the French.
yeah.
Or it's like ordering espresso at dinner or something like that for Italians. And they go, no, or the wine or the whatever. I'm like, give me fucking coffee now, man.
So this one's effectively champagne. It's like in-world kind of like the champagne or like sparkling wine kind of deal. Main tasting notes are apple, pear, and almond, toasted almond, and a big bouquet of fresh-baked bread and delicate florals. Anyway, but it is good. I mean, this wouldn't be a thing I don't think Sam has had before. I think you had one of the other Alsani Royal wines, but it's nice. Like, it'd be really nice if you were like a celebration, you had like a whole like flute of it. But like, just having a taste after all that bullshit you just dealt with, it's kind of cool. And yeah, same for Lamia, who has had none of the Alsani Royal wines. It's very, very different from the kinds of alcohol that you would tend to drink here. Very few of them are effervescent at all. They might have like a touch of it, where you get like a little bit of bubbliness on the tongue just from the fact that it's fermented. Mm-hmm. But this is like much more bubbly, much more aerated. And the flavor profile is much milder. Go ahead.
I mean, for her, it'd just be okay anyway, right? Because her sense of taste isn't as...
It's not affected. Remember, your sense of taste is normal. It's the nourishment that's different. Everything tastes fine.
Okay.
It just doesn't make you full. You don't feel like you've... Or you might still be hungry, even if like you feel physically full. That kind of thing, where you just don't have the nutrients. Like, if you ever had a day when you first had your own money and you ate a bunch of stuff that isn't nutritious, and we're like, probably should have had food today.
I don't know if y'all have ever ate an entire box of Nutter Butters, but I have, and that's how that feels.
Yeah. Like, where you won't feel hungry, but you'll feel like you don't get the energy you need. But anyway.
Yeah, Lamia will say,
I
could see why this could be dangerous.
Yeah. Also, yeah, the alcohol doesn't hit you. That's the other thing. But yeah, it's very different. It's very unique. So yeah, we imagine there's like a little bit of conversation between, some of you who know Tertian things. Like, oh yeah, there's like a bunch of other ones. There's a green one that everyone hates. Which I don't know how Eli would describe the polarizing. He hasn't had it, but like the knowledge of it.
Growing up, my master wouldn't even allow it in the house. If someone tried to bring it into the home, he threw it out the window.
And Rahala would describe it as a thing only terrorists enjoy. Whereas there's also the orange, which is kind of the sweetest one.
The biggest terrorist in all of Alpha's history hated it,
and he was still like, no.
That's funny.
There's an orange, which is like the most like commonly enjoyable one. There's the red, and then there's there's green, which is just Alsani green. Orange is Kalara. The blue is the Ashtavi. The red is Sangvara, and then gold is Reviri, which has grades. So you gotta get this kind of thing about it. It's like, oh yeah, these are all the royal wines, and they have these histories and stuff about them. Which cool. There's no like Setsegian or Setsi royalty anyway, but you'll have like this is the premier thing you get here. You just have like there's some alcohols that are higher quality or not. Anyway, you get to like pass say like an hour and a half or so of time. Finally getting to like kind of decompress from what happened. and relax. You have that drink. Even at that point, I mean, now he's friendly. At that point, he kind of offers, they have a much cheaper bottle that he can open if people want to, continue going or whatever. He's like obviously at that point of like, well, I'm not going back to bed. I have to be up in like 2 more hours to get things ready and that kind of stuff. His wife eventually goes back to take care of the kids. That kind of thing is happening. I don't know if you guys take him up on that, or if you're like, you let him go back to be able to get to his business and do whatever he needs to do.
Oh yeah, I for one would be like, oh well, we've got to go because we're trying to leave. So that's what I would try and say.
And you guys are going to actually leave and not take him up on the offer to like finish your rest and then leave in the morning.
Yeah, I want to get the heck out of Dodge just in case the Modrek people show back up.
Fair. Okay, well that worked out.
I will, though. He has 2 kids.
Yes.
I will use prestidigitation to make small little knick-knack statues for them as well before we leave.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Of some animal. I don't know. Just a local animal. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Not an Aedic.
You don't want to make a Capopolis?
No, I don't want to make a Catobli No, a friendly animal. Not the ones that we meet, okay?
There you go. There's a cat. That's a fox. It is a fox. It's cat fox. It's different now. See, now it's cat fox.
What are we talking about? Eevee? What the hell?
Yeah, Eevee. It's a cat fox.
So,
cat fox dog.
Yeah.
Cool. So you guys end up leaving. None of you rested. All pretty tired, except for Brong. He's like, noon.
Yeah, I too am not tired.
Yeah, you're different. So,
Bill different.
Well, yeah, not sleepy. You might be like a little bit mentally exhausted, but like it'll pass. So, or it does. It would have passed by now. You're like in your morning phase. It's already been over. It's past 3 a.m. So it's like, yeah, I feel pretty awake. Yeah, had a quick nip of the bubbly there in the morning. But yeah, so you guys are gonna head out, having made that innkeeper very happy. Whereas he could have been real pissed. Neat. So, here we go. Let's jump over to the map, which is we need the big map. Big map.
Big.
Put you guys over there.
The big map.
Oh, that's weird. Oh, I know why it's doing that. Nope, no, I don't.
I can see us through the letters on the street.
There it is. It didn't switch scenes when I told it to.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Ooh, well, that's weird. That thing is not doing what it's supposed to either. Let me fix that real quick.
Bow chat thingy.
Or
Oh,
maybe it is. Hold on. Oh, it just didn't scroll down.
oh yeah,
There
as
we
it
go.
often does for some reason. Roll20 chat likes to scroll all the way to the top of the chat.
Right? Close that back off. Roll that down. We'll probably. He rolled what? What do you mean he rolled a thing? Okay. Now we're all there. And then I can pull us over to that. Zoom out a little bit. Zoom out a little bit. Zoom out a little bit. There. Okay, cool. So you get back on the road.
Yep.
So just out of curiosity, now that the business fund is empty and Eli is down to silvers, how much money do the other two of you actually have on you?
I have 25 gold, 3 silver, and 3 copper.
Got 2 copper and 4 gold.
We are broke.
Neat.
I mean, broke for adventurers. We're rolling in it for regular folks. We're broke for adventurers.
Do y'all remember if I
Yeah.
took that platinum chunk with me, or did I leave that? I think I left it.
Pretty sure you left it. I'm also pretty sure that
You might
you
have
still
left
have the abnormal.
Where would you have
amount
left
in
the
our
rock?
inventory, though.
With the big gold piece. Sorry, the
Put it in our
big gold piece.
safe.
Yeah.
We
Back
never
at the
went back to
office?
Psycon to do that.
Oh yeah, it's true.
I was gonna say, you guys are.
Oh yeah, so I would still have it then. Okay.
Yeah.
So I still got a big ass chunk of platinum.
Then we have other platinum in our safe because there's platinum in our safe. I don't remember why there's platinum in our safe, but I know there is because it's on my sheet. But maybe I wrote
it might just be
that
actual
piece
coins.
and- It might be. You're right. It might just be regular coins.
Because you did get some actual platinum pieces.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Because I know we didn't
that
take
bodes
one of the gold bars out of her safe. I think it was the captain. I
Yeah.
can't remember her name.
No,
yeah.
we left them with her.
Yeah, because
We
it's like,
decided
oh, that's like
not
her stuff.
To burglarize her
Yeah.
ship. Yes.
But we did get the platinum piece because I just wanted the because I was gonna eat it.
Yeah, and she was like grateful, and she's like, "Yeah, you can take this. It's fine."
Okay, so you got a chunk of platinum you want to eat.
I didn't tell her I was gonna eat it. I think it's one of those things like, why is he celebrating? God, he must be really greedy. That's the other deadly sin, man.
let me pull this over. So you guys are moving meat. Porviz. Okay, yeah. So you head out early. I imagine you don't get too terribly far before it's like, look, we gotta set up camp. We're tired.
I do want to try and identify the necklace properly before I go to bed, but we can do it after we set up camp.
I spend one
Okay.
blood point to feed myself today.
Oh, because it's a new day, yeah. Cool. So you're gonna try to ID the necklace. Go ahead and give me a detect magic real quick.
Yep. Booping for good habits.
Bloop. And then a knowledge arcana to ID the aura, which I'm pretty sure you know, but you have a chance to like look at it, examine it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that beats that 15 DC.
Yeah, there we go.
Just waiting for the sheet to pull up that I didn't have open no more.
I mean, luckily for me at this point, I cannot not beat a 15 on that. So
oh, that's true. Yeah. Okay. That is true. Okay, where's his thingamajig? Okay, yeah, you're looking at enchantment, of course.
mm-hmm.
And go ahead and give me a spellcraft to see if you can identify the item.
All
But
right.
you know, this one's probably the higher one.
Spell,
Higher DC.
spellcraft. I rolled a 2 on the die. 16.
You have no fucking clue what this is.
Yep.
It's...
Rolled a 2 and 6 and a 9.
Yeah.
My session started off so good with that 18. It's just getting progressively worse.
Right.
Can Rahala potentially identify it, or is she ready to pass out?
I mean, she's obviously tired, but you can still ask her to ID it.
Worst case scenario, I have spellcraft apparently, but
Yeah, I'll do the thing where I'm
but do
just
you
like,
have detect magic?
no.
like, well, it's it's enchantment, but I just can't figure out what enchantment-y thing it does.
Oh, yeah. Let me take a look.
Could
Let's
it be
see.
possession?
I mean, it could be lots of things. That's the problem. Enchantment's such a varied school.
It could. I mean, we know they're not particularly concerned with the ethics of enchantment magics.
Man, somebody should really get on that. Like, if only there was this character who was a young wizard who decided to take it upon themselves to really
my
share
freaking-
the ethics.
My freaking Strixhaven wizard? Yeah.
Yeah, of enchantment magic.
There it is. That is... No. ID items. She has a plus 13 to that. She can't fail the Arcana, so I'm going to ignore it. We're going to go with the Spellcraft. Good bonus. Oh, it was almost a 20, but wasn't quite.
She also can't figure it
21.
out.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what it does either. Interesting. Oh, wait, I actually do need to roll her Arcana because she has a thing. She might get a bit extra. Totally forgot about that. Bonus is these things. She's highly specialized. Is the only reason her rolls are so good, other than the actual die roll. Okay, so it's not only enchantment, it's also necromancy. Both ores are moderate, which you would also know.
Of course, wonderful.
But that she doesn't know what it does.
Druids can get detect magic. Rangers cannot.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's okay, though. Because it basically means you can identify like a spell that's being cast or that kind of thing, but not for IDing items. Unless there's like a spell trigger or something you can, but...
Quick, use it.
How unsurprising that it has to deal with necromancy as well.
Yeah.
There's nothing inherently wrong with necromancy.
No, there's just another item they had that also had those things, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yes,
that's what I was
correct.
gonna say. The last shard that we had to deal with had both of those auras on it. So that's the point I was going to make. Exactly what you were saying, Lamia.
Right. Well, I suppose we know better than to put it on. Han's reaction to the thing sort of... It was a bit disturbing, the way he pulled away from it. Perhaps we should try to keep it further away from him. Perhaps in an extra-dimensional space?
Yeah, I suppose I can put it in my bag.
Well, we know its schools don't match what extra-dimensional spaces tend to use, right? So
Right.
shouldn't be any interaction there.
No.
So you're gonna put it in your bag of holding?
Yep.
Or I could eat it, and it'll be
No.
inside me.
You're not an
And
extra dimensional
nobody-
space, mate.
Sam, what if I have to end up stabbing you?
Again.
When have I ever stabbed Sam on purpose?
Hasn't everyone?
No!
I'm built different.
On purpose.
On purpose.
Cool. So you put it away. Alright,
Hey, I
it
got stabbed
takes
by the
you-
narwhal. He did it on purpose.
Oh, God.
Purpose.
Are you writing Laffy Taffy jokes now?
He was doing that quite a
really?
while
No,
earlier.
I saw it in chat, but I meant, is he writing for him now?
Oh, I did that the other way.
They do accept write-ins as well.
Why am I not surprised? You get at a certain point, you need assistance from the people because you're gonna run out of monkeys with typewriters coming up with puns.
Right?
God damn it, they just keep writing Shakespeare. We can't get them to write jokes anymore.
Yeah, that was like my thought too.
Wait, no. Shakespeare loved jokes. Then
I mean,
they would be
Shakespeare
able
Did love jokes. You're right.
they would be able to come up with jokes from Shakespeare's writing.
They just keep writing Hamlet over and over
Oh
again.
my God! Please no. Like, and not that Hamlet's bad, but
Except for Jim. Jim keeps writing cats.
we're gonna have to fire
him.
Jim. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're gonna have to fire
Jim.
Jim. Sorry, bud.
We gotta let you go.
That was
But I'm almost
Joe,
done.
Anyway.
We gotta let you go before you're done. Definitely before you finish. Okay. Cool. So you guys travel. It will take 4 days to reach Bonnadelgan. Which will leave you with 1 day of rations remaining. Because you have that one extra day for the group.
Nice.
Are you able to
one
look
day
at our
ration for
party
the
stuff? Because I opened it and it was all gone. So
which one?
What did you do?
Are we able to feed Han as well with those rations?
Hold on. Are you talking about like travel supplies or which the sheet called?
Does he need food?
Never mind. Don't worry about it.
I need to know which one you were talking about still.
Don't worry about it. My brain clicked on party when I meant to click on travel gear.
Okay, you're on the party token thing. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, my brain went, oh yeah, the party inventory, not the travel gear. Yeah. I don't know why my brain did that, but
I mean, Lamia doesn't have to eat the rations if we need to support for Han.
I think that...
did I bring anything to do?
You know, I didn't factor in
I do
Han.
have all food.
I did not factor in Han. That means you guys have exactly...
I eat Han.
You are out of rations.
That's fine. If we make it there
Yeah.
out of rations, we made it at least.
Now, I will say, the morning that you were, the morning of, as you're getting closer, you know that like second half of the day you'll probably reach the outskirts of the place. Han does wake up.
Okay.
When I say wake up, he's been awake,
In and out.
just not lucid. Like you guys are, you know, riding along or whatever, and whoever's inside the carriage will kind of hear from the wagon behind that you kind of hear him go, "What?" Like, and he's like talking, but there's like at first you don't really notice all like whatever he's saying. But then you finally realize, yeah, you're hearing a voice come from back there, and he's the only other one back there, other than like the occasional like Hattie or Sam going to check on him, right? I imagine imagine they're doing the driving at that point in time, but the rest of you in the carriage can hear that, like, yeah, Han's awake and talking.
Well, I will approach him, but first up. So when you say 4 days travel, is that 4 days from that one blood point I spent, or 4
You'll
more
need to
days?
spend 3 more. You'll
3
need to
more.
spend 3
Okay.
more. Yeah.
Okay. I just want that math in there correctly.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So Lamia will like go back to him, and be like, "Hey, what you doing talking to yourself back here for?"
So you see he's on like one of the benches and stuff. He's like been completely like just wrapped up in like blankets and whatnot the whole time. But you can see that they've been slightly moved, and that he's sitting up, and seems very groggy. Like he's like getting shaken around a lot by just the movement of the carriage and whatnot. He's kind of like the hand on like the wall, like the inner wall of it. And when you say that, he looks up at you. It's a sudden movement for him. It's sluggish, but you can tell it was like a sudden reaction. Like he looks up at you and he says, "What's happening? Am I?" And then he thinks for a moment and says, "You must think the devil of me."
I don't know what to think of you, Han, honestly. We weren't really able to identify the necklace that you had.
Necklace?
Yeah, you, like, not converse, repulsed by it whenever it was brought near you. So that's what we're assuming. I'm assuming. I can't say we.
Necklace, yes. The man had the necklace. I spoke to the man. I knew him. Knew his face was not his face. Many faces. The man with many faces. You know him. You know him?
The person I'm thinking of is the assassin dude. I can't remember his name right now.
You know his last name is Toborsk.
Douchebag.
Yeah, that's right.
His name is Douchebag.
Vaskiel?
Name, faces, too many. You know him.
The man who killed the people in not Dorat. The man who killed the Clint family people in Clint's family mansion.
Killed many. Yes, killed many. Clean. No traces.
So you spoke to him, and he was the one that gave you the necklace?
Yes, man with many faces, one necklace. I knew it was my family. My family, Kulim. My family, Kulim. We servants, but failed. Disobeyed. Needed correction. Sir. Needed sir. Sir. Words difficult today. Mouth dry.
Oh, I'm sure I have some water. Give me a second.
Yeah.
She'll take water from her water skin out of her
Yes.
backpack.
Thank you. He very slowly drinks it. He looks up at you and he looks a little perplexed for a second. Says, "You know you. Know you. Know you."
Yeah, you do, Han. We hadn't really gotten a lot of chances to talk.
Yes. Spoke. Kind. Simple.
That's me laughing at Lamia.
He called you simple. You gonna take that? No.
She will. We have a friend. Batu?
He visits. He visits. Saw him. Could not understand. Words more difficult than getting better. Woman.
Mara.
Devil-eyed woman. Her. We protected Han? Me. She protected me. Waiting for many faces to return. She is gone.
Well, as far as I understand, yeah, we kind of ran her off.
You can see tears start flowing just out of his eyes. He doesn't start sobbing, just immediately tears start pouring. He looks very relieved. She's gone. She's gone. Brother.
Oh,
Han's brother.
yes. He's back in Psycon, right? Labia will peel out and be like, "Hey, where did we leave?" She would actually say the names.
Gonto.
Yeah, thank you.
And,
Gonto and his wife,
Mila.
Leela.
You left. You split from them in
We left him in
Sean.
Sean.
Yeah,
Sean,
that's what
okay.
it says. We left him in Sean.
But they were headed to Psycon, right?
They were gonna head east.
Oh, they were gonna head east.
They're
Okay,
not
never
gonna go
mind.
all the way to Psycon.
Yeah. Okay.
We also cautioned them against going all the way to Psycon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. Okay. After that confirmation, she'll go back. Okay, I was wrong. They're heading east. We left them in Sean.
Don't remember. Safe?
We left them safe.
Safe. Sorry. I am sorry.
Han, what the Dora family has done to you is not entirely your fault. They're very powerful, and they can read minds. Or at least the lady can. So I have no bitterness towards you. And honestly, I got to get a really good hit in against Mara, and that felt very nice.
You died.
Yes. But I'm here.
He shakes his head. You are not. You are dead. But you are still kind. My mind is still, muddy. Like outside. Noisy. I'm sorry. He lays back down on the bench.
Yeah, get some rest, Han. We don't know what that necklace did to you after all. It seems
Keep
it could have
away.
made it. Yes, absolutely. We don't even like trying to touch it. But it seems like it could have made things harder for you.
About that point, Sam, you're like approaching the border of Bomnadelgan.
What they
So
say.
I kind of call out.
What happens in Bobadilligan stays in Bobadilligan.
I don't think they say that.
They definitely do not say that. What do you mean? Oh,
The city wishes
Oh, what's
it
their saying?
sells
Do
rice.
they say we got rice too? Or we grow rice too?
We grow rice.
no. Not every city has a slogan. But
That's its slogan? Wow.
that's Bayon's slogan.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
Bomnadelgan is
I
known
get what you're
for having good stonemasons.
Oh.
Come
Come get stoned at Bobadilligan. No.
Jesus. Yeah, they have decent quarries nearby, despite being in a forested area.
Sam, you get to eat some rock and scare some stonemasons.
I could. Hey, I bet you 10 gold I can eat this rock.
Jesus. No one's betting
Oh,
10 gold
we're-
for that.
We're
But I
not
bet you-
conning people out of their money.
Do you even have the material components for that spell?
Salt and pepper?
Yeah, do you have a pepper?
I
No,
mean,
not a pepper.
He
It's
needs
black
ground
pepper.
black
Yeah.
pepper.
yeah.
He's got a meal kit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been cooking for us for how long?
Actually,
It's
I've
not
been
good,
cooking
but it's
for
food.
most
It's
of us
fine.
for how long?
I was gonna say there was
A brief
way
stint
back.
where-
We can check the tape where I got nominated to cook a bunch of shit because
That's
I made really good travel cakes.
Oh, that's true.
That's
yeah.
true. Yeah.
So check the tape, roll it back. No,
Which it's which is probably, I mean, Eli probably knows this, but it was really up to the fact that like travel cakes made in like a pancake style are like a super common thing, and there's no shortage of butter in this place, so there were some crutches. But,
yeah, but they don't need to know that.
yeah. Like Eli accidentally ran into making like dad pancakes.
Yep.
Like,
Which most
Like,
of my spells.
it's a little burnt, but for some reason it really hits the spot, But like, yeah. Anyway,
Yeah,
cool. But you guys make it to Bomnadelgan.
Yeah, most of my spells, like materials, are negligible.
Yeah.
Like
Things
for
you can
example,
find
carry
or
companion,
create.
something I've never used, but I still have on my list for emergencies.
Yeah.
A pinch of sand or limestone dust. Like,
Yeah.
like all right,
Yeah, stuff you can like
That-
find. Yeah.
yeah, it's not that
Which is
crazy.
nice. But you guys make it there. Which we don't have to get into a bunch of stuff other than obviously the just basic logistics.
There's no river
Obviously you
around
need
here.
rations. So there's no river around here?
I mean, as in, hey Sam, go fish me up some fish.
Ah, yeah. There's not like a nearby one.
Yeah.
You want to borrow my
Fish
bow so you
nuts.
can go hunting,
No.
or
Like, you can buy fish. They're gonna be
Yeah.
dead.
I need them alive.
So yeah, so the question here is like,
Sounds
and
like
again, you don't
easy-
have to take it to RP
chickens.
unless it's like a thing.
You
How
guys
are you
need
gonna go about
gold
it?
for rations.
Yes.
I got 4 gold, whatever I said earlier. Negligible gold and silver.
I'm
4
willing
gold,
to trade-
2 copper.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm willing to trade services for food.
Are
Yeah.
we? Let's see. How much of a day trip? I say day trip. How much days would it be from here to Delgi?
Look, if we got to, I'm sitting
Reason my freaking
quite comfortably. Not really comfortably. It's been actually wearing a hole in my back, in my pack, from where I have it stashed. Some platinum. That I was hoping everybody forgot about. So I mean,
oh,
like, if
whoops.
we want to try and have somebody here split that divide that up, we could probably get quite a bit of supplies for our. I don't want to call it raw platinum because that makes it sound like it's not smelted. Like it's a chunk of platinum.
Almost 6 days.
6 days. Okay.
Yeah.
So we need
A week's worth of rations.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times. So we need 36 rations. And I need to fill up on
add 6
blood.
to that because I want a week's worth just so we don't run out, right? In case something strange happens. So that'd be 42.
You had that extra day, which is the only reason you didn't run out before.
Right.
Yeah.
Precisely. In case you pick up another mouth to feed.
Unless we want to start driving at half speed so I can hunt. But
I mean,
yeah,
we don't really want to do that either.
But I'm just saying, I'd like to go quickly.
Just basic trail rations are 5 silver each. So effectively, you can get 2 rations per gold.
Mm-hmm.
If you want
higher
quality rations, they have their own benefits, but like, I imagine that's not what you're going for at this point.
No, probably not. 21 gold worth of rations. We can. I'm sure I can find somebody who's willing to make some sort of trade for that, or barter, or something. I've got things.
Yeah. If you want to try to sell stuff, you can do that.
Yeah, I've got things that are better than money.
And I'll shut up here in a second so you guys can discuss. But the other outside of like trading and stuff, obviously you can decide if you're going to spend any number of days here, like hunting on the outskirts to try to gather like fresh food, or as like work for in exchange for like ready-made trail rations, that kind of thing.
Well, okay. That's it. So if we're going to stick around for at least a day or two, let's say, to try and replenish our stock, I say, Sam, you go hunting while we do that. I'll try and either get us a quick job to make some cash, or find somebody I can trade or barter something for us to have some rations. And that way, at least the first couple of days of our trip, we'll have fresh food instead of eating the same trail rations we've been eating for a week. And also, Lamia needs something to eat, like a chicken or something.
I got the one small animal trap, so I can set that up to try and catch a live animal amongst my hunting.
Well, keep in mind, you have 3 people, including Sam, who are trained in survival that are not Lamia either, who's also trained. Mm-hmm. So you can delegate different tasks to what you're doing as far as hunting goes. Like you can have Varbrong hunt for Lamia specifically, not towards rations, just towards getting like small game or whatever.
Yeah, Lamia needs obviously live food and a good portion of it, and that's way different than what I was asking you to do, which is hunt the rest of us food. So
yeah, but also he's an Avarok, and like I said, they're known for their stonemasons. There's quarries nearby. You can be like, hey, Varbrong, do you mind helping them out in those quarries for a couple of days? Because maybe not mining or whatever, but like just his eyes can be helpful, or like hauling stuff or whatever, just for like base easy work. But that's up to you guys. He's also he's got skilled stuff he can do too that is helpful. Hattie can assist with your profession check, Eli, even though because her profession is assistant. so specifically she could aid your check, and then Rahala can perform.
What's I keep wanting to see Volgan. It's not Volgan. The blacksmith guy we got hanging out with us.
Yovane.
Yovane. Thank you.
Yeah.
He's probably working on your arbor.
Correct.
So
I was trying to think
he's a bit busy.
Yeah, if we could have him or somebody break up the platinum chunk into smaller chunks.
Point at Varbrong.
I mean, yeah.
You could probably find someone in town to do that. You know what I mean? Like he has tools, but he doesn't have the facilities for something like that necessarily, right?
Because ideally, looking to break it up because I want to keep some of it. But straight up, so like, hey, break this up. Yeah, I want a little bit back and gold.
Yeah.
or platinum, or whatever. Like
Yeah, no, I get you.
Trade platinum for coins.
Yeah,
I
you
think-
could probably find someone in town for it. Go ahead.
I think Verbrong helping in the quarries would be pretty cool. Give him a little bit of
if he's cool with
life.
that, then-
yeah, if he's cool with it, of course. But like, give him a little life experience of getting more comfortable with his senses and all that jazz. But also
Oh.
getting us a little coin and
You could pretty reasonably assume that this is that's a thing that he has done before. A lot.
Oh, okay.
That was probably his whole youth.
Okay.
Because you had mentioned, working underground and doing that kind of thing. That's what Avarok tended to be pigeonholed into. Sometimes officially and legally, and they're paid. Other times, not so much.
okay, never mind then.
Yeah,
Doesn't mean
I
he'll
still
mind. So if it's something
No,
you ask about, then you can. But
would prefer Verbrong to do the hunting because food is the primary reason we're here, and I'd like to
That's
have more
true.
people on food if possible. That's my reasoning.
So yeah, Sam could get actual good food for you guys.
Verbrong
Well,
could
we'll
just go
still-
pick up a deer, like literally. He'll just go grab it and pick it up and carry it to you. Be like, "Here's your deer."
Yes, but the deer will only give me a little bit in comparison to many, many.
Carry 2 deers.
He could carry 2 deers,
He
totally.
can carry a multitude of deer.
I will say if you ask him to get you like small game and stuff like that, I would say like whatever he catches, it's like one thing is 1 blood point. I know
Okay, yeah.
everything is gonna have more than 10 con, but it doesn't. It feels a little broken. Just be like, yeah, you get 2 blood points off a single rabbit, that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Um,
I'm gonna,
So
while we're
like
discussing
me
this,
and
I'm gonna use
Verbrong
that
could go
next.
hunting for bigger game for me,
Okay.
and then he said
he's going to
something,
use
but
restroom.
oh, okay.
And he's gonna go hunt for regular food for us to start the trip off,
He's
and
getting
then-
rations.
I'm gonna go hunt for rations / gold.
And then technically we could also make ours a ration. It's just not as tasty as a ration.
I mean, that's yeah.
Yeah, okay, so you've had enough time with it that I'll let you know. Once you've drained it, it has no nutrients.
Oh,
That's why it tastes bad. It's
Did
like,
you drain
not only
all
have
the
you drained all like
nutrients
the
out of it?
flavor and stuff out of it, but like it's literally just no nutrients left
That
in it.
makes sense.
so it's
Or negligible
feels-
nutrients.
this sucks
Right.
even more because then it's like, oh, this is a useless corpse.
That's what I'm saying. Sorry, negligible. It would not count as, like, you can add it to other things, and it's like, oh, it can kind of make up a component, but it's not like, oh, you can just use this as like the sole source of protein. It's not quite enough. You know what I mean? So it's still useful. It's just not as useful.
Okay, well, we can still make not rations, I guess, but a top for the rations.
Yeah, you could add it to the other rations, so it's like, okay, you're still going to get some, like, jerky or meat or whatever out of the meal, because there's still a level of satisfaction of being like, oh, that has, like, the texture and flavor of meat, even if it's muted, just for, like, the, like, personal satisfaction of people. But, like, if you try to just subsist on this and, like, little roots and other things, you'd end up malnourished. It's not enough protein and, like, macronutrients and whatnot. That's
Okay,
getting
well-
extra particular. It does have a use as a supplement to rations.
So, so that will be Lamia and Verbrong's day or 2, depending. What you were gonna go for jobs for some more money, or were you doing something else, Eli?
I mean, I'm getting jobs and rations. That's what I said. So jobs
Okay.
or rations, whichever one I can do the easiest.
Do you need any of my gold?
Nope.
Okay.
I shouldn't. That's the point of me going, is I'm trying to either barter something with what I have or pick up a job to buy rations. So
Okay.
my endeavor is to not
So
Okay,
you
have-
I imagine-
Rahala perform, I'm assuming.
Imagine Verbrong's skill and survival is better than mine. So if I could aid him, that'd be cool.
It might be. It probably is. He's lower level, but he is.
I only have 3 ranks and no wisdom.
Mm. Forgot his sheet wasn't a part of the other ones. Bringing it up now. Here we go. There's the boop again. His survival. He's not going to be underground, so it's +7.
It's barely better than mine.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he's lower level than you, so.
No, and that's fine. So if I can
no
aid
wisdom
him,
bonus. No wisdom bonus either. Oh. Gotta beat a 10.
Yes. Hey, buddy system. I guess make sure Han's with you guys or something.
Fair enough.
Han still pretty rough shape as far as moving around goes. Jeez, okay, so +3. It's been a +10.
Yay! But, someone needs to keep an eye on him. Especially since we heard Vaskiel, well, not specifically Vaskiel, but that, hey, the assassin was trying to find him.
So who's going to be doing that? You're all busy. Like, literally all of you are busy.
Yep.
He can't keep up with you if you're working.
He's just going to have to hang out with Rahala. It's the only person who's in a stationary place. He's just going to have to, like, sit in wherever she's performing and just hang out. Because nobody else is going to be stationary.
Okay.
You know who else is probably going to have to hang out with her? Well, he's also trying to do whatever he's doing is Yvain. Because we can't babysit him either.
Yeah, he doesn't need you to. He's more just like,
You say that, but like I very much feel like he does.
In daylight, he's okay. But yeah, it's obviously there's like a level of comfort. Like for him, he's probably looking out to like find like a workshop that he can go into and slightly offer his services. But it's not a way that it can benefit the group as far as funds go. It'd be so that he can use the workshop to work on the projects he's working on.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's why I didn't like offer him at your disposal because he's busy.
Mm-hmm.
Brain. Okay, there's LeBron.
We rolled
18 total for his. Panic and roll when he gets back. Cool. And then Hattie is assisting Eli with his profession. That's what I was looking at. Living. Normally it's a week of work. So we're going to break that down into days. How many days are you guys spending? 2? 2 days?
Yeah, we'll spend 2 days total. Yeah, sure.
Okay. I think it's just the same as divided by 7. Okay, yeah, it's just divided by 7. Okay. Prep check and gold pieces per dedicated work, so it's going to be 7. Okay. So first thing I'm going to need from Eli is a gather information, so diplomacy for that. This is like you're going to get the +2 from Hattie assisting automatically.
All right, diplomacy +2.
Damn.
Right, that's a 32 total, and then here's my D4 for the time.
Oh wow, a whole 2 hours.
Still, holy shit. Okay. So, hold on. So it's 32 total, so that's with the +2 from Hattie and the +2 from Affable?
Yep. Or no, it should be 34, actually. I forgot to add the Affable. I only added Hattie's.
Okay, holy shit. That is a lot. Hold on a minute. Okay, I know what's going to happen there. I'm just going to pivot a thing. We'll come back to yours. That's an insane check. And then, let's see. It was... Oh, Panda's back. And is only a head in the screen. Okay.
What?
I think you're sitting further back or something.
Oh. Well,
you on the screen is just your head, like at the very bottom. Let me move you real quick. Hold on.
I'll scooch this down. That's fine.
Okay.
I can adjust.
I
think I moved the seat.
Gotcha.
I'm sitting on a bar stool. It's not the most comfortable thing.
Ew.
Yeah.
Sorry, man.
Eh,
And so you're just doing straight rations. So
yeah.
let me see. You need to get. Where is it? Did I make the? Did I make that thingamajig? I thought I made like a. Oh, create rations. Yeah, I did. Sweet. Did I make it so that you can roll it? I did. Panda, do you have the create rations macro in your macros?
Which tab is that again?
Like
the last one.
3
Okay.
hexagon
Create
things?
rations. I do now.
You do? Sweet. I think it should automatically check your survival. Dope.
Clicked it. You attempted to use a roll command, looking for the value of selected token, but no tokens are selected.
So yeah, you have to have a. Yeah, that's why I didn't say click it yet, because you don't have a token on the map. You have to have your token
Sorry,
selected.
I meant to say I'm going to the restroom real quick.
I keep clicking it, but nothing's happening. Why does nothing
Stop.
happen when I click this?
Panda, you need a token.
I
Let
wasn't.
me drag your token out here real quick. Hold on. Characters.
It's not working. It's not working.
Okay, and there we go. Sam is on the map. Okay, so now you can select your token and then click the macro.
How many creatures are you providing for? That's a good question. Me.
6.
So, then Yovane and
Han.
Lamia's not
Han.
eating it.
oh
Yeah, you don't count Lamia.
That's still 7 though.
Yeah,
Right.
Eli, Sam, Han, Yvain, Varbrong, Hattie, Rahala. That's 8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's 8. I think you're going by yourself, it sounds like, right? Everybody else is busy.
I mean, I got
Yeah.
Sherlock.
Yes, he does have Shirahawk.
It's true. And you are in a forest. Shirahawk unfortunately does not provide aid for your survival, though.
Yeah, that's fine. How many creatures are preparing for 8? Submit.
Yep.
Bonus. Whatever I get
your favorite
for
terrain is.
favorite terrain. Okay.
Which I think it's +4 now.
It's been a minute since I've looked.
I
at it.
believe it's +4 for him.
Oh, good.
Oh, Molly did a mass positivity. I'm gonna do mine now while I'm thinking about it. You brought me a water earlier when I really needed it, and I still have it. And you also brought me coffee earlier, which was super nice. So you're very nice when it comes to going out of your way to do things for people, because you didn't have to. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Under tribal, maybe. Yeah, so it's +4. I need to go into my feeds or whatever it's called and actually put on there that yes, I put the bonus into forest because technically both of them are +2, but at 8 I got to put another 2. And the same thing that happens with
Right.
favorite enemy.
Ooh,
Shit.
good roll. Okay. I'm assuming you guys are staying in an inn for those 2 days. Or are you camping like outside of town.
Look, I got 4 gold. That should cover us for a couple.
That's
of
what I was gonna say. Average cost of an inn, probably not that much, right? We should be able to cover all of us for pretty cheap. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the room is a silver per room, and you can realistically have like 3 or 4 people in a room, not comfortably, like 2 comfortably.
Yeah.
3 or 4 without causing issues.
Yeah, no, I mean, heck, I can cover that because it's
So
only
that's
a
two-
couple
that's 2
silver.
rooms.
So, yeah. So I'll pay for 1 room, you pay for the other room, Sam. There you go.
Said silver.
Yeah. Yeah, well, one silver. It's 2 rooms. You guys are going to be a little uncomfortable, a little crowded, but, like, okay.
All right. There we go.
Is that cut off? And sorry, the
What?
No, that makes sense. Okay. Sorry, I was reading the second part. A negative value means you can't provide for the number of creatures you set out to. I was reading it as like you set out to, or you set out to.
Yeah, if there was more behind it, it would make no sense.
Yeah, like yeah. Well, the inflection that I was reading it with, it
Yeah.
wasn't making sense.
Cool. So that's pretty dope. That means, one, at least for that first day, you're able to actually, oh, never mind. That you're able to actually get like enough food and whatnot that you don't have to pay like the extra silver for a meal at your inn. So just keep that there for now. So I have that there. Let me roll Rahala's performance real quick. Unfortunately, her highest one is acting, but they are this city. Let me see, how big is this city?
They hate actors here. They've ran them all off.
Just
No, they
may
like
not be as
singers more,
popular.
bro.
Yeah, they're pretty small. They're not really like, they don't have like a theater or anything like that. So talented as
She's
she
got to
is,
give
they
a
prefer
really good
the-
monologue, you know?
Yeah. As talented as
type
she is,
5.
they prefer to hear her strings performance because she would offer both, like either or whatever, which is lower but still decent. So,
Her 20 thing was only for knowledge stuff, right?
correct.
Okay.
You can't use it on a performance. So, yeah, not fantastic. Day 1, she's a bit rusty. Earns 4 copper. Oh well. Doesn't win her a lot of fans. Just because it's so routine. It's like, okay, yeah, whatever. Right. Cool. So there's that. Normally you have to state which one you're going for, but just an NPC, I'm just kind of rolling with it. That's day 1. Cool. Those things covered. We rolled for Varbrong and Lamia. You guys were able to find a larger animal, enough that you can recover 2 blood points.
Nice. Is this a day I have to I already spent, or
This is the last one you've already spent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
And then were we able to
That's covered.
get, I guess, the topping from that large animal? Cool. You know the supplement for our rations.
Yeah. Assume that's a given. Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, I don't know what you're talking. But yeah, I get you. Yeah, assume that's a given. You're able to, like, let's say I'm carve that up and whatnot, because you can't sell it. There's no way, nobody would take it. But anyway, I think you can just kind of add that to the rations that Sam manages to find a lot of.
That's good.
Which is a combination of not only his own skills, but also, like, there's other people out there foraging and some people hunting and whatnot, of just being pretty personable and knowledgeable when it comes to that kind of stuff. Sam, you've been around enough people in that line of work too that it's not like a rude thing to kind of ask him what are the good spots, what's up to, also wanting to not get in their way, that kind of deal. So you're able to kind of share some pointers of things that you've noticed, like you're traveling, and be like, hey, you guys want to try over here, whatever. If everybody's going that way, whatever. Just kind of, you're able to kind of do this whole thing. So you end up having a brief rapport and able to kind of work with some of the other local hunters that, like, yeah, you find a lot of extra things. What you bring back to the group is not everything you found. It's just your portion of what you and all of the others found that you were able to help out. Which is still a significant amount. Go ahead.
And don't forget Eli's very good
I
roll.
did not forget. I
Okay.
did not forget. I'm getting there. Cool. So yeah, a lot of it is, you know, herbs, wild plants, that kind of thing, nuts, berries, that type of thing. But some of it is, you know, small game and that kind of deal. Anyway, so back to Eli. Or Eli and Hattie, technically. While you're, you know, talking and like asking around the town and whatnot, Eli, one thing you find out is just like when you were in Bayan, you know the military is supposed to roll through here at some point. So a lot of these people in the same boat are kind of getting ready to have to quarter, that kind of deal. Mm-hmm. Now they're obviously a lot more prepared. So I see you having to talk to your dog.
Yes, he's being very whiny right now.
He's being a butthead, poor thing. But they're obviously a lot more prepared. They've had more time, and you had that time on the road, obviously. So most of them are already like very ready and whatnot. In fact, you get the sense they were expecting this group of like this military group to like have already been here by now. There's like actually like a sense of restlessness that like a bunch of inns have like turned people away and all sorts of stuff to be like open to accommodate. You know, people have like, you know, had, you know, relatives that were visiting or whatever the hell be like, hey, you have to leave early because there's going to be people, blah, 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 blah. All that kind of stuff's happened. People made accommodations, cleared out rooms, yada, yada.
Yeah.
So you get kind of this restlessness amongst people. You're able to like, you kind of chat with them about it and tell them like, yeah, we were in Bayan, this happened, yada, 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 that kind of thing. As you're looking for work. Unfortunately, most of the work you're finding as a seeker is the kind of things that you were getting into whenever you were first becoming a business, before you were able to afford your office. Like all the stuff that's like, you know, somebody misplaced a, you know, their dog's collar or whatever, or you know, just literally anything somebody couldn't find or was like, or just wanted to know about, you would go and like check out. Sometimes you like operate on a loss because they want to know about some like weird plant they saw. You go investigate it and bring back a portion, but then you gotta like pay someone to tell you more about it, and then you can bring that back to the customer and they're like, you know, I lost like a few silver pieces on this, getting this identified, and, you know, going out there and they got this rash that I had to treat, but like, at least I did the job, and that's going to spread word of mouth, but like, you're getting like really tiny types of bits and pieces of that.
Yeah.
Frankly, with 5 ranks in the skill, shit you can do very easily. Mm-hmm. So, while you're kind of going about, like, technically on job, still asking around, that's when you can kind of hear on like the walls and stuff, some of the guards and whatnot calling out an approach. That military unit actually arrives in that 2-hour period where you're like looking around and whatnot and being like, holy shit, I just don't know if there's going to be a lot of good work to get here. We might earn a couple silver, if that, you know? Yeah. About that time, this military group arrives, and you can see that, like, preceding them are, you know, they're runners and whatnot that come through. And, of course, you know, Eli being the affable person he is, of course, is like, fuck it, you know, maybe they need something. So you start kind of tapping into these runners and whatnot, and you find out one of the reasons that they're delayed is they actually ran into some trouble, like some significant trouble on the roads going through here. Apparently, there are groups of scouts that like usually kind of go ahead and make sure there's nothing crazy on the road. Ended up getting attacked by a group of fox runners, like the bandits that you guys ran into.
Yeah, I remember those guys.
Like not just attacked, but pretty significantly wounded, some of which were killed. So they had to like kind of avert some of their people to go and deal with that on the road so that people weren't running into them or whatever, chased them off. But they ended up being short on a lot of supplies. All the stuff that they had sent with these scouts and whatnot got like scattered all over the place. It ended up being quite a bit of turmoil. So now they're behind schedule. Some of the like people in the scout group were supposed to be some of the ones that, not the runners, but were like acting as the what's the word? They're the assistants or whatever. They would be here running around making sure all the supplies are gathered and whatnot.
Yes.
Presenting, they don't really have to negotiate prices, but being like, dealing with rowdy shopkeepers or whatever the hell to like make sure all the things are that they're supposed to get are gotten. They're filling ledgers. So they're actually missing some of those people or whatever. So, when, obviously you're like, hey, look, that's kind of what we do.
Yeah,
right? That kind of thing. You present that or whatever. That seems like you're like a godsend as they're like as you're chipping in for this or whatever. They're like, wait, really? Oh, you're a professional. The people. Actually, give me a knowledge local real quick. This is a low DC.
Sure. If I roll a 1, it's because there is a slug on my floor and I can see the slug. I know we roll 1s on snails, but I'm gonna pick the slug up. Hold on. As soon as I make this roll. All right. Oh,
well,
a 2 is a
wasn't
slug.
a 1.
Now. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna pick this slug up while you tell me.
Redeem snails now, and Dave might eat the snail.
No, that's not one of the things you can redeem snails for.
Yeah, he's also
only because he's a vegetarian. Yeah, but anyway.
I like it's because he's a vegetarian, but if he wasn't, you guys would be like, yeah,
he's
no,
like,
he
snails
totally
are fair
is.
game.
Well,
I said
less of an
eat meat,
excuse.
and I'm starting at the bottom.
All right, here we go. There you go. Slug
Almost.
friend.
Bonjour.
Up that way. There
Hum,
he
hum,
is.
hum.
Slug friend.
Where is your
Hi,
squash?
slug. Yeah. So I'm
Bon
gonna
appetit.
toss this guy out of the front door real fast. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're good.
Alternatively, you could carve out a little
Random.
hole in your Gengar and make him a little mech suit to pilot.
Panda, go ahead and
What?
do your positivity for Giselle.
Oh, we had a positivity?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she mass positivity to herself,
Oh, nerd.
which I won't make fun of because it's positivity.
I'm going to make fun of her because that's how I show affection.
That doesn't count, sir.
Yeah.
It's not for you.
That's
It's
up
not
to
for
the
you.
gods
It's not
to
for
decide.
you. Lay down.
Thank you. No,
It's mine. Hey, dog.
Okay, the slug is free.
I like the idea that in the event of some The Last of Us terrible apocalypse, that she's going to become this this otaku type, like, yes, would you like to rent some media from me? Only 5 bullets per hour. Or like, like doing weird barter system things to like rent out manga for entertainment. Hell yeah. But besides that, of like, have y'all seen her bookshelf? Shit's crazy. Shit's
Crazy.
It's like I'm in the Barnes and Noble
Very
section.
ridiculous.
But no. I do like that. Even in the event of like bullshitting about an apocalyptic situation or post-apocalyptic situation, that we're like, no, this is what I do now, so this is probably what I would do then, like, or like this is what I enjoy, and that I'm gonna work that into whatever I'm gonna be doing. Meanwhile, I'm probably gonna get caught and turned into the whatever that Magic Mike guy's name is in the This Is the End or whatever it's called. Where you turn into a gimp on a leash.
I thought you were gonna be like you got transformed into Nemesis or something and end up having to hunt down everybody you know.
That would be dope. I mean, not hunt down the people I know, but
you're like, I'll
turn me into
you.
a kaiju. Let's go.
Yeah,
or whatever.
close enough.
Turn me into a flesh prison and my mind's gone. I won't mind because my mind's
All right,
gone.
so time's up. Dave, you go.
Yeah.
I like that you can always count on you to do the right thing is not exactly what I want to say, but like the honorable thing. I think that's the better. Like, no matter what, I can count on you to like pick the choice that's going to be most in line with who you are and your character. And there's no like, and I mean this not just in a gameplay sense, but just like you as a person sense. You're gonna take the thing that is like aligned with who you are and your values and goals. So it's gonna be like that straight shooting, like this is how I would want somebody to deal with me, so I'm gonna deal forward with them. And I think that's a really admirable quality that not enough people have.
There you go.
Thank you.
Positivity complete. My
Now-
dog is giving me the most betrayed look because I had the nerve to eat some granola. He had dinner. I have not
did.
had dinner.
No.
I did not eat dinner. All right? I'm fucking hungry. And he's over there just not glaring, just giving me the most like, I can't believe you would eat something that crinkled.
I will feed my dog at the same time that I go to eat sometimes, and he'll come and just stare at me while I'm eating. I'm like, you got food, dude. And he's just like,
How could you do this?
yeah. I'm like, it's over there. Go get it.
You're gonna get on camera. You keep staring at me like that.
What did Eli find
Stock
from his
still.
local
There it
history? Or not
Oh, yeah,
history.
my knowledge
You know what I mean?
local.
Yes.
So, anyway, yes, you, God damn it. Yes, you know, most of the time, so when it comes to the military and there and whatnot, those types of roles, you know, go out, fill ledgers, that kind of stuff. These are not like professionals at this. They're not like they're merchants, but this isn't their whole job. It's just one of the many things they do. The fact that you're like a pro at, hey, go find shit that we need. And you have Hattie, who's technically even more of a pro at that when it comes to
that's like her whole job.
yeah, like that's great. So they actually like usher you over to the oncoming, effectively the caravan of shit rolling in, where there are a lot of soldiers rolling through here. Some of you who've played shit like, I don't know, any specific like RTS or whatever are going to be like, that's it? But if you've never seen like 1,200 people all moving in like not a single formation, but just in one group, that's a lot of fucking people. And armies in this day and age were not fucking tens of thousands of people unless they were... those are huge. Those are huge. Especially for one group. Like, not multiple combined into like a single unified march on like the front lines or whatever. Like, just one moving group. So you make it out there and you see that like they are obviously setting up a temporary camp sort of outside of the city. Not because the people aren't ready to receive them, just because that takes time. It will take a long time for them to all move whatever they need to move into the city, into the places they're going to stay, and maybe they chill for however long they're going to chill, and then all that. And you know, some of their things are not getting moved to stay in the city. They'll just, once they're going to pass through it, they'll pick up the rest of it and go. So you can see that they're already kind of setting up a military camp. We don't have to take this to RP or anything. Just kind of giving you the little rundown here.
I'll be right
unless
back.
Unless you want to. But they actually take you out there. You don't meet with like the commander of the group, but obviously someone of rank. You don't know military ranks. Who, they kind of introduce you and whatnot. This person has heard of you. Not in a like, oh my god, it's Eli of Aldwin, but it's just like it takes a second, but they're like, oh, I've heard of that company or whatever, way out east, you know. They seem to understand why you're not out in Saigon now. So, reputation precedes you. Here's the long and short of it, right? If you're willing to effectively work the next couple of days helping them get their supplies together, finding them good deals, but it's specifically on sourcing some of the more like hard to find things that they need. that they will actually pay you a proper wage for what your profession would bring in.
Sick.
Meaning,
yeah.
When you make your profession roll here in a second, I was gonna cut it down quite a bit just because of the demand for your profession in this area.
Yeah.
But you're going to get a pretty significant bonus. I'm
good.
going to do that in that rather than even just giving you the standard, which would be like normally profession checks are 1 week of work. We would do that, divide by 7, right? Since you're doing 1 day at a time. Yeah. Instead of dividing it by 7, we're only going to divide it by 5.
Nice.
And then you'll actually get those amounts. Cool. In addition to that, take your silver back for your inn stays.
Oh, yeah, we get covered.
Since you're working for the military at the moment, you're effectively being quartered by the inn.
Silverback.
Which means they're getting paid. They're not necessarily getting paid as much as they would, but like you're just kind of on their dime. So nice. Your rooms are comped. And even more than that, you're in luck that rations and food and all of that is not the thing that is in super short supply.
Oh yeah,
for them.
That's what I was worried about when we're having to feed an army.
Right, yeah. In fact, when Sam comes back in and you start, filling him in on all this other stuff or whatever, and maybe one of these runners or whatever is with you, and he's come back with some rabbits and squirrels and birds and other stuff that Sherlock is eyeing hungrily. That shit they are willing to directly trade you for actual trail rations. Not only that, they were already offering to feed you. Mm-hmm. So let's kind of go back through the math here real quick with what he rolled.
Oh god.
I'm not making you do it. I'm going to do it. I'm just going to look at your roll.
And it's like, oh no, math.
Math.
We'll find it.
Look, okay, first of all, D&D's the only way you're getting me to do math willingly.
Where'd your roll go?
It was a 16 on the die.
There it is. I was scrolled.
Provide for
Weird.
8 people plus 3 is what it said, I think.
Okay. So, provide it for 8.
And then you got 3 rations, I think is what it actually said. But no.
Okay. So those 3 preserved trail rations, you can convert directly into trail rations, like proper trail rations. They're basically trading you proper trail rations for the preserved ones, and these ones that'll actually keep.
Nice.
You say that again, because I didn't have the thing open.
Instead of the preserved trail rations, you're getting the actual market trail rations.
Okay.
So the ones that actually keep for months. Not that it matters too much for you guys, because you're going to eat them anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
And instead of providing for 8 people, that will earn you an additional 16 trail rations. It's like trading all that stuff you just went and hunted and gathered in. Like I said, they're going to actually feed you.
Yeah.
So you get to eat at the inn or whatever.
So
they're trading you what you found for
this
for
travel gear. We still got all kinds of rations on here that aren't actually on here, so.
Oh, yeah, gotta clean that up.
Gotta
clean that up, buddy.
Yeah,
Rations,
you'd be starting from 0, so that helps.
Travel cake mix, we probably don't have any of that left.
Correct. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we used the last of that.
Gathered rations, that's still at 0. Thank you rations, that's probably all gone as well.
So starting from 0, you should be at 16.
Okay.
Sorry, 19. Cool. So that helped hard convert those over. This is still all day 1, obviously.
You get some limbus bread?
No. So, All right. So and then Eli, go ahead and roll your profession.
Righto, profession. Hey, that's a pretty good roll. Pretty good.
That's a very good roll. And then is that not counting the +2 from Hattie's assistance?
That is not counting Hadelin. I forgot that I got assistance first. That was 24.
So it's 24. We said we're dividing this by 5 per day. So if you can squeeze 1 in there, then it's 5 gold instead of 4.
Fine.
Yeah, that'll do it.
There we go.
Okay. So that earns you straight up 5 gold because you're not having to pay for your food or you're not having to pay for your room and board. So that's just straight 5 in your pocket.
5 in my pocket.
For the first day. Now what that also translates to is it means you're actually doing very well. Right? Obviously they're paying you for this in gold, which is nice. But the fact that you rolled high means that it's not just, oh, you're helping out and they appreciate it. It's like, no, you're doing really good work. You can tell that some of the benefit you're providing is like, you would like to think that most people are honest, but people are also like, there's a level of self-servingness that you know people are going to have without being malicious.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the things that they need to requisition are stuff that merchants are not going to want to sell the military. They're going to keep them to sell them at full price somewhere else. So it's the kind of shit they would hide, or they would not report, or they take it off their whatever. They're going to try to do whatever they need to do to not make it obvious they have it, so that they can actually make as most profit off of it as they can, because they can't really argue with the troops. You don't have to open with the fact that, oh, you're doing this for them or whatever. You kind of just, once you can confirm, oh yeah, you guys specifically have this type of rope or whatever. Cool. The troops or whatever, they need that stuff, and I'm out here to like go and collect it. It's great you have that kind of thing, right? So in a way, it kind of sucks that you're sort of being a bit of a narc, but at the same time, you're being hired to do this, and so even outside of those positions, like just the fact that you're not them means they're just more likely to go ahead and open up and offer you the thing, right?
Right, yeah.
So cool. So you're actually doing really well in getting some of the obscure shit they really need, which makes them very happy. Cool. That being said, your next profession roll, we're gonna only divide by 4 to determine how much gold you make.
Okay. Alright. So profession again?
Yes. And then Sam, if you want to go out the next day and gather like you planned to initially, it's pretty much the same deal.
Forgot to click me.
Added the 2 this time, so 21 total.
Nice. Okay.
So
Am I still
right?
providing for
So
8
they're 5.
creatures?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, in this case, just roll. Just say 0. So you're providing for 0.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Nice.
Cool.
I can't
Because
tell.
I know what that math is.
Oh,
So in this case, you wouldn't be converting them, so that means that is a total of. Oh, wait, brain, come on, brain. I forgot what math I was doing. 21. It's 21 trail rations.
Okay.
Because we're assuming you're
I'm
not
bringing
actually
this to
going
them,
through
and they're giving me.
Yes. So you're not actually going and like drying this and smoking it. You're just taking the direct stuff you've got to them.
Okay. So this is an additional 21. So that'd be.
That's why I said 0, so that I only had to do one kind of math there instead of doing the other one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I'm incorrect. It's 28. Not 21. It's 28 more.
28.
So add 7 to whatever you put down there.
Nice.
Agent 47.
Cool. And then Lamia, you're going out to get a beast.
Yes, but before that, during the night, Lamia would have offered like keep out since she's not going to sleep. Like keep out work, guard work. Like keep an
Oh,
eye out kind of thing.
even without the rest thing, you can still only do 8 hours of work a day normally.
Oh, okay. Then that's
Yeah.
fine.
Because there's like a mental focus aspect. You can do it. It's just there will be penalties,
Oh,
right? So you might
That's what I
still
tell my
earn something,
boss
but
when
if you
they
do
try to
really
get me work
bad,
12-hour shifts.
then you could, cause issues.
What?
Yeah, shh. If you do bad, it could have other consequences.
Okay, then no, I won't do it then.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I aid for Brong.
Or we can say you
And-
don't offer it as a service, right? It might be a thing like
Damn
you
it.
sit out there just to entertain yourself, but you're not like, hey, I'm guarding or whatever. Like you just kind of keep people company and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
And
that
an
I
extra
can
pair of
do.
eyes. Yeah.
And I don't aid him, and I spend 1 blood point to feed myself for that day. Okay.
Plus- I guess I typed D10 and not D20. Whoops. Okay.
Much better.
Yeah, you find a much bigger, hardier creature. You're gonna get 3 blood points out of that.
Okay. Cool.
And in that case, it actually does not kill it. It's not enough that you can get another blood point out of it, but it is enough that because it's still alive, you can actually butcher it and get some meat and other stuff out of it. So you actually will collect 4 rations out of that.
Cool. Cool.
These
Add
will
them
be
to the pile.
These will be the preserved ones. You would want to try to give it to the military people or whatever.
Yeah. I'm just gonna change yak rations dried to preserved.
Okay. I thought it was already separated as its own thing. Maybe that's
No, I didn't have preserved. I just had yak. Then I have gathered rations, but that doesn't.
That would be.
That could be
but
other
yeah.
stuff. But yeah.
Neat.
I'm not full, but I think if we have enough money in rations, we should be good to go.
Well, this
Sorry.
is the second day anyway.
Did you say
Right.
4?
yeah.
Yeah, 4.
All right, Rahala is performing. Let's see if she does. Oh, she does a lot better. It's not quite a prosperous city, so we bump it down a tick. Okay. That should be in silver, yeah. 21 silver added to the party fund.
Nice.
Is that me as well?
What? No, I have the party fund.
Yeah, I was
So
gonna say I think Eli does party fund.
It just made history.
Good question.
I've got the 10 gold and the 21 silver. That's all we've had added to the party fund, right? Pretty sure.
4 copper.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. Rahal made the 4 copper.
We didn't do anything with that platinum yet, did we?
Nope.
Okay.
How much silver?
Okay.
Sorry, I know you just said it, but my brain
21.
just blanked. Okay, that's what I was writing 21, and I was like, that can't be right, but it is.
That is correct. Okay. Cool. And then let's get. We already did your profession. That's right. You did really good again on that.
Yep.
Sweet. So you've got all the gold added. All his performance. That and that. It's been 2 more days. Cool. Were you wanting to try to do anything with the platinum? Or is there any stuff that you guys were specifically going to try to sell or whatever here?
I
I mean, besides magical items, that's the most valuable thing.
Have 2 longbows that we got when we beat up those dudes who were with Han and Mara way back when. I could try and sell those. We should have 2 somewhat used longbows.
I still have a
2 longbows.
hyperboreal robe or whatever it's called, but
hyperboreal robe, yeah.
Whatever it's called. That's a magic item that's just gonna been chilling.
Yeah, too small of a city to be able to afford that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I'll go up to one of those commanders and be like, "Hey, your wife would love this. No longer cold in the winter."
I mean, if you wanna try to go and talk to like the commander or whatever about it, you can.
Since I'm speaking of,
she'll love
kidding.
With the military right now, I'm gonna just if they need extra longbows because I don't need that. They're more likely to buy it from me than a merchant. So
yeah, they'll pay you for those. I think these are just regular longbows.
Yep, regular. Yep, just normal longbows,
which are still decent price. Yeah, this you'll earn 75 gold out of 2 longbows.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, they'll pay you flat market price. It would be a lot lower, but you've built a really good rapport with them so far.
Yeah. That's why we sell them after we find them all the other stuff. We go, oh, also, by the way, I got these bows. I'd love to just give them to the cause for,
Yeah. Yeah.
The low price up.
Like literally the way that happens is there's like a couple of soldiers who you don't get the whole story. You imagine that either through some mishaps of their own or something that happened, they have damaged their good bows, and which are now like having to be repaired. So it's gonna like come out of their stipend or something like that. They need to replace them. So yeah, that's where that ends up coming from. But cool. So that adds to your coffers. Was Sam wanting to actually try to talk to the commander and see if he wanted to buy the robe?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
that'd be the only person who could potentially afford that, right? But...
I don't know what I've done. Something.
Nothing else you're selling?
I was looking through. I don't think I see anything else that I want to part with. Because I have winter blankets still and stuff, but I feel like there just might be a chance we need those, and I can't like see myself selling a blanket.
Yeah. Cool. Nothing on Lamia either.
Is this for like selling items to
the town or the military, whoever? Just stuff you want to offload.
I do still have that. Oh, I know, but that's not my full plate. I need to return that full plate.
Yeah, that's Clint's.
Mm-hmm. Do I actually have that, or is that just a thing? Oh, it's probably nasty, so we should probably just throw them away. The Ettentoes.
Yeah, I already said those were rotten.
Okay.
Yeah, those are bad now.
I'm gonna.
It's a couple months.
So what we could do is, if for any reason we come back here, let's just bury him somewhere good. Mark kind of where we buried him. The dirt will clean all the flesh off it, and then you can have some cool bone something later. If we come back this way, the Ettentoe bone's got to be like this big. You can maybe make a cool bone dagger out of it, and just let nature do the cleaning for you.
You can hollow it out, throw a handle inside of it, have a toe bone mug.
Oh, ew.
I mean, that's basically just throwing it away with extra steps. Because if you never come back for it, you never come back for it. But
yeah,
fashionable bracelet.
So Lamia definitely wants to get rid of this. She has a symbol of Mr. Gaia.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say that you have that blanket still that I told you to get rid of.
No, remember
ago.
That's been gone.
It is in the Giants.
To the Giants, yeah.
But
So you definitely want. What do you mean you definitely want to get rid of it? What did Mr. Gaia do to you?
Yeah, give it to Sam.
The restlessness thing.
Mr. Gaia is not the one who rezzed you.
No, but it says like any symbol of any god.
No. She
Yeah,
probably
just
would
give
have
it to
given
Sam.
that to me a longer
Yeah,
time
just
ago.
give it to Sam.
Yeah.
Okay. Then
Does
you
it
have
say
it.
that?
This.
I don't have it pulled up right now.
Let me find it because I remember
I just know
thinking
you're
like,
constantly guilty of half reading a thing and then telling me something incorrect and then being like, "Oh wait, never mind." And I don't have it pulled up, so I can't like skim it.
I do have it pulled up, but I need to find where it says it.
Okay, now I have it pulled up.
Nimbus, I need 2 hands to type, doggo.
Roll F symbol.
It's okay. Go. Oof.
Just Control F the word symbol. It's in there twice.
It would help if I typed it correctly.
Shh, I can't type.
They recoil from a strongly present holy symbol of it. Oh, of the deity who allowed them to return. Okay, yeah, you're right.
So yeah, but you can give it to Sam or hawk it or whatever. But also it's a holy symbol, right?
Yeah, no, I mean she go ahead and keep it. It doesn't really matter.
Is the one you have silver or is it just wood?
This is the one we got from Well Met, so I have no idea.
It's oh, that one was
It had a healing spell on
bone?
it.
Then that one's made of bone, actually.
Okay. I'll go ahead and type.
Basically, effectively petrified wood. Mechanically works that way. Not quite stone, not quite wood.
She can sell off the sleep draught. The it's a pink liquid. One of them's alcoholic.
Yeah. Is there a price listed on it?
No.
Okay. I can't remember how much you spent on it, so. Is how many doses?
2. One's alcoholic.
Hmm. So imagine this is a thing you hand off to like the Eli to try to sell for you.
Yeah.
Since he's already running around. Cool. Then yeah, I'd say you could probably get like a silver each from those.
Yeah, that's fine. Let me take that off.
So 2 silver total.
Yep.
You probably spent more than that on him, but at the same time, it's like
I've had it in my bag for a long time.
Yep. Cool. Nothing
Sorry,
else
guys.
from you
I was in the bathroom when this question came up.
I don't think so. I think I'm pretty set.
All set. Cool. Okay, so for doing such a great job after your crazy ass gather information check, the brain, come on, self. Yeah, they're super thankful for your assistance and whatnot, and it's been fairly obvious that part of your stopping in here, because I imagine there's been at least some amount of chit chat, was to like get money and supplies. Specifically, you guys were like looking for food and that kind of stuff, which is why they've been trading you rations. Because of your good service, they will also give you. Let's see, you have what, 8 mouths to feed? Let me see if they can actually do that. Because you make it pretty obvious that, Lamia is not. You don't have to worry about her eating. Yeah, 8 mouths to feed. So that is. I cannot type.
I had that problem earlier today where I was just unable to put letters in the correct order.
Okay, it wouldn't be that much. Okay, well, you will get probably about a third of that. You actually get 18 of the Setsi trail rations.
Cool.
Which is a higher quality ration. If Lamia was eating, it would be more useful because this is actually her culture. But there you go. Oop.
Hooray! It's awesome.
These are a higher quality ration, which mechanically only really helps you through the Ulus culture. You eat them for a week, then you are no longer slowed down in overland travel by poor visibility due to rain, which is nice. Which, these are the rations they're getting. This is what they've been buying. So it's quite an expensive endeavor, right? But so they can travel faster.
Yeah, that makes sense. You want to march that army as quick as possible.
Yes. Literally, poor visibility cuts your speed in half is why it takes so long to get through Setsegia.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, they part with 18 of those. Which you can track separately, just because it's smart to. And you can, if you decide to sell them, you're welcome to, obviously. But
then I need to copy all the stuff off of them.
You have the handout if you need it. So you don't have to put everything in there. Just make sure the name is accurate.
How many of those? Sorry.
18.
18.
Yeah. My right click is all kind of fucked up. I don't know why it will not stop bringing up a damn menu. I just realized that's just on the screen. Nobody can fucking read it. The part of that is, that Lami would be very familiar with, and especially when she was, eating normal food, which funny enough for you guys has been a significant minority portion of your adventuring with Lamia.
Yeah, that is true and really messed up.
Yeah. So why it just hasn't come up super often. Something that's very familiar to her and something you would have seen in your initial travels is they have these those butter wafers or whatever, which are used to effectively make butter tea, which is basically what it sounds like, dissolving the clarified butter wafers in hot water or hot tea. Okay. They all have a little wooden type coaster deal-a-majig that you stop at the top of the cup so you can actually shake it up so it actually emulsifies a little bit. And given the couple days you spent here, with some of the soldiers and whatnot, you actually will be able to see that. That's like a really common thing for them. You've maybe even seen it in other Ulish travelers that you've run into or whatever. Each pack of these has like 3 of these wafers, because it's like you have one for morning before you start your march, because obviously it's very calorically dense. It's a way to get calories in, and to help like warm the internals for marching through cold ass rain. So you get really warm on the inside, bundle up in your cloak and everything, and then you start marching. So you keep that body temperature up, kind of deal. Then of course they have one midday with no meal, and then they have one like probably near the end of the day when they're on like the last of the march before they get to their evening meal. So that's like the weird thing in there for those of you who are not Ulis. Even though you've like seen it or whatever, it's probably not a thing that you did yourself. Or, well, I could see Sam having done it before, just being curious. But it's not like native to your culture. It's not a thing they really do in Delancia, and they definitely don't do it in the Caliphate. Say, what?
What?
Where?
What are you whatting?
Yeah, I don't know. I just started saying words when you guys did, because I didn't know what you whatted. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought Panda said, like as in what? And I was like,
no.
What?
No,
as
an agreement. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Sam drank butter more than once, okay?
Sorry, one more time? I didn't hear you.
So, well, okay, listen. Sam drinking butter is, but just because he likes butter. But,
he's also drank vinegar. He's also drank,
why do they
really
put
high quality
poutine in
olive oil.
But yeah, cool. So you have 18 of those, which, yeah, I imagine for Lamia, that's probably one of those things that you've tried one of these like sets of rations before. Likely on your way from probably Bomna Delgin to Saikan when you were on your way when you were traveling with Batu. This is probably what you were subsisting on. So there's like a little bit of like a nostalgia just seeing it, even though there's like a part of you that's probably like, I kind of want one, but like it's not practical, but you kind of just want one. But probably don't.
Yeah. Well, there is 18, so one of those days maybe she'll go ahead and subside on one herself.
Anybody doesn't feel like drinking butter, I'll eat
it. You just catch Sam just eating the butter wafers.
Yeah.
Sir, that's not what you're supposed to do.
Sam is 100% that guy in the army who goes around and trades shit out of his MRE for like just the milkshake. And everybody's like, bro, you gotta eat food. And he's like, nah, he's got like 4 milkshakes.
But it's way weirder because he's like, you want your butter?
Yeah, that's true.
Yes!
How about your bouillon cubes? You want your bouillon cube?
Yeah, right.
And he's like, he's gonna make a shitload of soup, I guess, and just like you see him unwrapping
out of MREs.
He's like, asking while he's chewing it. They're like, "Are you eating a bouillon cube right now?" Sucking on it. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Making soup.
I'm drinking 5 bowls of soup in one bite.
This is what peak efficiency looks like.
Cuts to an hour later. He's like, dehydrated. Too much salt.
So much cramps. Yeah.
Did we get enough money and rations to continue moving on?
100%. We got way more than I expected.
Yep.
Cool. Good.
Yeah, mostly the military put you guys up because he did really good on that roll. So, yeah. Sweet. So, as far as your supplies go, what are you looking like now? We'll start with how much money do you have now?
Well, the party fund now is at 85 gold, 21 silver, and 4 copper. Nice. And then we've got all those rations. Sam, you're keeping track of the rations. We got 18 of those good ones, and then we had some other here or there, right? So yeah, we should be solid on that, but I'll buy whatever the remaining amount is to get us to where we had a week's worth for everybody.
Yeah, we're sitting on 65 total rations.
Oh, then I don't need to buy any because we only needed 42. So
yeah. Nice. Okay. So yeah, sounds like you guys are all set. Did pretty good.
Oh, I forgot the
Getting
preserved
through there?
rations.
Oh shit.
69.
It's only like yeah.
Nice.
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 Nice. Okay, so we'll remove the Sam off the map there for now. And yeah, they gave you guys that. Shit was great, cheery, yay. And then you head out the next day. Sweet.
Okay. I will spend a
it?
blood point to feed myself that day.
So it is gonna take, like I said, about 6 days to get
Okay.
to Delgi.
Minus 5 more. Okay.
You're most of the way there. As you're setting up camp. Oh my god, this right click is killing me. So yeah, you're most of the way there, getting your camp and everything set up for the night. And it's a little bit before dark. Yovane will be like hollering up at you, Sam, as you're like probably just like sitting up on top of the carriage, just, like keeping an eye on and stuff as like the rest of the camp gets like finished put together. Most of the time, you probably have like his tent set up and whatnot first, because he's usually trying to finish some work or do like whatever fine details he doesn't want to do on the road because it's bumpy. So like he's been sitting over there while the rest of the camp's been getting set up. He comes out, he's just like, Samuel, your armor, it's done. He's just getting rained on, like didn't even come out in his cloak. You can see the rain is just rolling off of the armor though.
Oh, gimme.
Please, come try it on. I'll help you get into it.
I pull out my little device that I put the coin into, and I start doing Power Ranger moves as it assembles on me. No, one of these days, what is that? I think it's a mage skill where you can put armor on or some shit like that. Not mage armor, but something else. But yeah, I'll go do that.
There's a what's it
I think
called?
there's a paladin spell.
Maybe
No,
that's
yeah, but oh my god, why is my brain blinking?
because I joked
anyways,
about being a
doesn't matter.
Power Ranger one time, and Dave's like,
Yeah.
actually,
Yeah, there's a class for that, and my brain is totally blanking on the subclass that does that.
That does Power Ranger shit?
Yeah. Where it has the armor assemble bit, and it's the magic armor, and I can't remember. It's the
I forget.
because I was
Yeah, I
talking
forget.
about making a character that was that at one point, and I can't remember what it is now. Yeah.
I know, I just can't remember what it is. I was sitting there going like, well, Vigilante has like a magical girl one, but I don't know about Power Ranger. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I mean,
It's called Magical Child if you want to look at it.
it's
But
like the same thing technically.
But
It's just
anyway,
sort of the
so
gear up thing, yeah.
you march over there. He like lets you into his tent and whatnot, and he's got the armor. He's got like the laces and like stuff on the back, all undone. Helps you get your cloak and everything, and you start getting the armor put on. Now, you remember before, it was pretty damn comfortable. Like it was nice armor. You enjoyed having it on. You could sleep in it. Usually didn't, just because it's more comfortable to not be in it. But now you're not so sure that'd be the case. The interior of it, you can see, does have kind of this like fur lining to it, but even after having him holding it out in the rain and then bringing it back in here, you can see it doesn't seem to have retained any water. And so then once you kind of get it on, there's this insulation to it, like keeps, because let's make no mistake, it's raining all the time. It is inherently cold for the most part. Unfortunately, it's also very humid, so when it's not cold, it's worse. But
How do people think?
but you can you can feel how it sort of retains your body heat, not in a way where it's like you overheat, but just like it doesn't escape immediately out of you. It's not comfortable. That's not the right word. It's cozy. even without like the cloak on, once you like leave the cloak off and stuff, you kind of like, sit down and pull it up to yourself and whatnot. You're like, yeah, you could absolutely sleep in this. It might be more comfortable than even being in like bedclothes. But aside from that, once you get into
He's gonna have to get real cool with something real quick.
But aside from that, once you've got it all the way on and everything, you're kind of like moving around in it. It's so easy to move in. Like it already was. Like you didn't really feel any kind of hang-ups or anything, but now it's like you almost feel more athletic or acrobatic than you did before. Like it doesn't really seem to enhance it. You just feel this like freedom on the interior. There's zero hang-ups or anything. And when he brings you out, back out into the ring, says, "Come! I have to show you the rest of the of its features. It's not just comfortable to wear, which it is very comfortable to wear. But out here into the rain, let me show you. You walk out into this fucking stormy, foggy mist coming up off the ground rain, and you walk out there. And you, at first, there's like a little bit of disappointment because he's obviously trying to get you to come out into the rain to show you something cool. But you walk out there and you're like, oh, shit, the rain's clearing up. Damn. Well, you know, maybe this amount of rain it'll still work in. Maybe it'll be fine. And you like look over here and you can just, as you're watching Yvain, who's got this big grin on his face, he's like, what do you see? But you can see that there's all, like, he's soaked. And you can still see all these droplets coming off of him and, like, running down his face and stuff. Oh, the rain hasn't let up. It just doesn't affect your vision anymore. You just see clean through it. It's almost like some part of
polarized eyes.
Edits out the rain, in a sense. Like, you can see that it's still there. But it's just, it's like your eyelashes. Like, you don't necessarily see them. Your brain just kind of ignores that they're there, while you're cognizant that it exists. So you have that. But also with that clarity, everything is a bit clearer. You know, normally when things are overcast, they're a bit like washed out. The contrasts between colors and shapes and textures and things like that are a lot tougher to like navigate visually. But that doesn't really happen for you either. No, everything seems quite a bit sharper, in fact. You don't know if it's just because you're like out in this open space or whatever, but like you feel a lot more aware of your surroundings. Yeah, the magic of this armor is clear to you. You do now have a full set of Hinterlander's stalking armor. I'll go ahead and show you it now.
I went from watching like a show on a tube television. I got a flat screen. It's like, whoa!
Right.
I still remember when my dad got a flat screen and he started watching hockey. He's like, you can see the puck. I'm like, yeah, I never thought about that. Like,
yep.
On a bad quality TV, you can't see something that fine detail.
So, Panda, would you like to read the features of your armor? Or I'm sorry, you're about to say something, Molly.
It's inconsequential, but Paladin does get a spell, a second level spell, instant armor that summons armor to cover whatever they're wearing.
That
would be like an equivalent
The
to
class
the Power
I
Ranger
was
thing.
thinking of, by the way, was a Magus that is the Magic Warrior archetype, where they have a mask that is an animal thing that you can't tell anybody about, and they also get that spell where they get to instant armor. So you could do a Power Ranger style, even with the Megazord animal thing, because that's what I had told Panda about, I remember. So yeah, that's what I was thinking of, since we're talking about that.
Nice. So Panda, would you like to read off this the features and description of this armor that you've been waiting the whole campaign to get, or because it's meant to be a reward,
yes,
would you like to elect somebody else to have to read it instead? That isn't me. Okay, go ahead.
that isn't me. He very quickly and clearly made sure we know that.
Because I would be spiteful. Hinterlands stalking armor. Price a lot. Weight 10 pounds. Moderate transmutation aura. This +2 comfort leaf armor is the most prestige set of armor available in Setsegia. Suck it, Lamia. No,
Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
We'll see how you feel about that.
Yeah. Your armor's cool too. Corresponding supernaturally to the full scope of Setsegia and taking on additional abilities in areas not yet traversed. The armor is composed of alchemically hardened leaves, which take on a suppleness not unless
That's supposed to be unlike.
not unlike finely made. I thought I was fucking up there.
Nope.
Because my brain it changed immediately. That would have fucked with me hard if you had changed that and not said anything.
Good to know.
Not unlike finely made leather, but hard enough to turn even a well-honed blade. The fur mantle is sleek and dark in color, waterproof, and seamlessly camouflages the scales, which have a similar luster and clarity as pure water. The hinterland's stocky armor grants the wearer a +5 competence bonus on stealth and perception checks while in Setsegia's wilderness, at least 20 miles away from a settlement with over 2,000 people, and provides a 30 feet swim speed. The wearer also gains the following abilities in specific situations. When the wearer is in the rain, the bonus to the stealth check doubles, and the rainfall does not inhibit their vision. So instead of a +5, it would be a +10.
Yep.
Unclaimed, uncharted territory. Double bonus to perception checks to avoid ambushes, and a +2 insight bonus on saving throws to avoid natural hazards. Comfort. Faint aura transmutation. With an additional 5,000 GP. Price onto it, so it would bring it up to like 14. Damn. Armor of Comfort sheds dirt and sweat as they accumulate, and remains as comfortable as weather-appropriate clothing regardless of environmental conditions. A suit of armor with this enhancement. This text is smaller.
Yeah, it is. Here, you don't have to read out the whole thing. Effectively, it allows you to sleep in it as if it were light armor. In your case, it already is. But it also lets you resist the effects of extreme heat and extreme cold. It effectively gives you endure elements.
Armor check is penalty reduced by 1 to a minimum of 0.
Yep.
Which I think I already had comfort on the other one. I had something that was comfort. Comfort cloak? Yeah, it was the comfort cloak. Hey, I don't need that shit anymore.
You had a comfort cloak, but yeah, you don't need it now. So.
Do you actually still have that, or is that with the elf?
Did I end up giving that to her? I think I did.
I believe you did give it away.
Yeah.
Because she was cold and looked sickly.
Well, I have it in my inventory.
So you took it back?
Yeah.
I think I took it back once we got out of the bad weather.
Yeah,
right?
I remember you getting it back once we left the.
Because first of all, it's worth like 15,000.
Yeah. We did.
It's a lot. Good. That can go to somebody else now.
So there it is.
How do you feel about your new armor, Sam?
I do a backflip. No. No, I might go on a test run. I'm like stretching. I'm like rotating my arms and like seeing if there's anywhere where it binds up. I'm like, nope. It like I got like all mobility on this sucker because it also has a reduced armor penalty. Like.
And as you guys are watching him, like kind of stretch and like moving around, you can see that because you guys can't see through the rain. you can see as it's like washing over it, it almost seems like it's washing the like color and other things that make him stand out, like seems to just rinse away, and he just camouflages in the rain itself. You can still tell where he is, but you know if he was like in bushes or like just hidden out in some like shade or shadows or whatever, like he'd be really tough to see.
Gilvain, you did a wonderful job, it looks like.
Just beams. Yes, it's a it is a wonderful design. I had the good fortune of just merely needing to follow a formula, as it were, and you know, take some credit yourselves. You sourced incredible materials. If I had made any mistakes, which I didn't, but had I likely would have been able to recover and continue working on it. Instead, I was simply able to make it a bit more lush and comfortable on the inside. Perhaps not enough to make any particular effects to most, but I think your case will appreciate it. It's fine work, if I do say so myself.
I put that comfort cloak in the travel gear because I think y'all can look at that.
Mm-hmm.
It does more than just makes you feel nice, warm, and toasty.
Yeah,
Yes.
I do remember that.
Yes,
It, like,
it's
helps
a
you
very nice
heal.
item.
Disease stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot about the disease stuff. I don't think I ever factored that in when we're going through all the disease bullshit.
No,
Nope.
you did not.
I don't know. You might have. You didn't get diseased. You were immune.
Well, I didn't, but that's because I was casting resist disease.
Oh, that's right. I thought you might have had a thing. Yeah, well.
Which, look, I was the important one. I guess I could have taken that off and given it to somebody else, but no, it's mine. My germs.
Cool. So the next thing he's going to work on is, well, it's either the gloves or the cloak. I'm assuming you want the cloak next because it completes the set.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. That'll be the next thing he works on. All right. And
now,
you guys continue on. Go ahead.
I like this idea because it's funny. Of people like, well, I guess I don't need this hoodie anymore, and it just disappears, and now it's in Hattie's bag. Stole my hoodie, my old hoodie, my comfort hoodie.
Just instantly appears in her backpack.
Yeah. Instant.
But
I mean,
no,
that would be a very
I'm-
in-character thing for
Yeah.
Hattie to do.
it'd be funny. But for
I mean, unless someone claims it, that's the blanket now, just to be
Yeah.
clear. Like, until someone claims it. Like, you try to go to bed and you're like, huh, who left the comforts cloak in here? And it's just heavy. Oh.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Guys,
Roleplay
found Hattie.
wise, Lamia will say, we're almost to Delgi. This is where I come from, guys. If we end up staying here to catch up on rations and the such, or money, I may need to stay outside of town. Because Ma and Dad would definitely be worried about me.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
I think
no,
you
I
need to
totally
go
understand,
talk
man.
to them, probably.
Ooh.
I mean, I can go talk to them.
Well, I understand if you wouldn't want to do that in your current condition, but if you do, we're also here for you for that. And if you just want to breeze on by, feel good on rations, we can kind of do that.
I at least want to know how they're doing. You know, I haven't gotten the chance to write a letter, and the last time I heard from my dad was when I was visiting the wind lady, not the wind lady.
The wind
No, the one
spirit.
that farts. No,
Breaking some wind.
wind lady.
That's our other campaign.
We're talking about the one that could do wind stuff.
No, it's like the spear.
You mean the
Oh.
wind
spear.
Yeah,
The wind spear, yeah.
Okay. Wind lady could mean
Yeah,
a bunch
yeah.
of things.
No,
Sorry.
I knew.
Yeah.
Sorry, I knew what you meant. I should have just said wind spear. I knew what she was talking about. I thought you guys didn't. We were just messing around. My bad.
No, I said wind spear.
Oh,
No.
you did? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you. I was busy making second wind jokes about farting. Look, I'm sorry.
The last time I heard about my dad was when I visited the wind spear, and that's been a while since I made that promise.
Mhm.
So I guess I just would like to know how my parents are doing, at the
Alright,
very
sure.
least.
Well, yeah, and if you don't want to go in, which I understand, we can go chat with them.
Could you do that?
Yeah.
Totally.
I mean, I never met them. But I'm sure they'll love me. Bitch, I'm adorable. No,
Sam's never met somebody's parents that didn't like him. Those people maybe not, but their parents loved him.
Yeah.
Lock in. Lock in. We got 35 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm also multitasking, adding this armor to my inventory.
Lock in.
Were you referring to me or?
No, Panda.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Sorry. So we run this poncho. We never came up with a poncho shop name. Resist rain ponchos. They don't actually resist rain. I don't know why. We have that as a name, but it works. I did not type what my parents' name were. I know my father's Arjuna. Which you'll probably be able to find him just by that name relatively quick. He's like one of the few well, he looks a lot like me, so I took after his blood that is I was looking at the I took after his Vedic blood. There's the last time I was at home, there aren't a lot of people that look like him and me, I guess. That should be enough information to be able to go talk to them.
Sure, yeah, Sam can find just about anybody, and I can get my way around towns, even if you all look like foreigners to me, because, you know, stranger in a strange land syndrome. But yeah.
Okay. That was all I wanted RP-wise.
Okay, so yes, you guys make it to Delgi. Okay. Let's see. So, Delgi, like Bonnadelgan, smaller city, large town, medium-sized town, whatever. Population's only about 1,600, so it's actually a little bit. It's comparable size to Bonnadelgan, where you just left. But it's in the sticks. There's lots of farmland you're walking through, lots of woods and such. You can see that it kind of breaks into hills a bit beyond. But it is still on this main road called the Astral Route. No walls, no like shanties, no like big trade centers or anything like that. As you're rolling through it, obviously for Lamia, it is a much more nostalgic view. Sam, you rolled through here before. Nothing looks like particularly familiar. Like it was a long time ago. There wasn't anything particularly of note here. You think maybe you stopped and you might have slept in a barn here on your way through or something like that. Did a little bit of like, just farm work to help out. Maybe got paid a little bit, and you were on your way. You and Ginger. But it looks very similar to many other places you did that. But yeah, to Lamia it's a bit different. Are you actually going through the town, or do you like set camp and stop outside of it?
I set camp and stay outside of it.
Okay. So the familiarities are mostly from the outside. You recall the few times you were able to like leave home and come back. Very short trips, not too far off. Seeing this view many times. You think there may be a few more structures in there than when you last saw it? Just huts, cottages, that kind of thing. Maybe somebody's family expanded. Maybe somebody moved in, that type of thing. Or maybe somebody else opened a shop. But nothing too noticeable from the outskirts. There are, obviously some, as you're watching the wagon and stuff roll down the road into the town proper, and you start to get, your tent and everything together. I imagine, like, from the back of the wagon, you've already obviously talked to your party about, like, hey, can you guys go check on my parents? Let's see, it would be... Han still there. Han's recovering. Come back to it. It'd probably be Rahala. Or Hattie. It'd be Hattie. Because she's usually in the riding seat anyway. Would shout back, Lamia, do you want someone to stay with you?
Honestly, not really. I kind of feel sad being here.
Verbrong had like kind of stopped, and you say that he just nods and then keeps walking alongside the carriage. He says, "Okay, do you want us to bring you something?"
I don't know if we have enough money for like a chicken or a yak.
We've definitely got enough money for a chicken.
That's true. As it's still getting further away, she's like, "No, not like a chicken. I mean like a thing for your being in your hometown. Like a cake or something."
No, it's okay.
Are you sure?
Yes, Hattie, I'm sure.
Sam, she's gonna get her something anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say, look at how sad you've made her. Just tell her that you want her to get you something. Let her guilt you into letting her be a good friend.
Right. So anyway, but yeah, you can see that, like, as they're getting further away and such, there's a few like farmers and stuff that are moving around. A little too far for you to make out their faces, but you do remember the faces because the farms haven't moved. See one of the, like an older gentleman. You're pretty sure you remember running through there a couple of times, maybe more than a couple of times. Out in the woods, way later than you were supposed to be, late for dinner, having to haul ass back home before your parents got worried and you got in trouble. You really shouldn't have been running through the guy's field, but it's a lot faster than like going straight to the road and then run on the road, which is muddy. Usually ended up getting in trouble anyway, but he's always been a nice guy. He doesn't seem to recognize you from that distance. Maybe it's the cloak or the color or whatever else it is, but he gives you a wave. You wave back, sees you're setting up camp, doesn't come bother you. Other side of the road, see other farmers and such down there. See, some children like running back in from, working in the fields with their dad, heading in. You can even hear the dinner bell being rung. You remember that family too. More kids than there were the last time you were here. But, there's not really a wave or anything. You kind of see, like, sort of look over, see you setting up camp. Don't bother you. Maybe you wave, they wave back. The outskirts are familiar. Not just the, like, times you've run back in, especially when you know, hearing that dinner bell being a different kind of nostalgia. Sometimes that was your cue to, oh shit, I need to go, because you're off in the woods where it's already dark, it's already rainy, maybe you lost track of time, same as the other. Or as you're running back thinking you're going to make it in time, and you hear it and realizing, nope, I'm already late. That kind of deal. But you also, of course, recall seeing all of this from the back of a carriage on your way out, you know, or from horseback at the very least. Leaving it behind, you know, with your family standing on the road waving goodbye to you. That feels like many lifetimes ago at this point. It really hasn't been. I mean, yeah, overall, over the course of all of it, it's been a few years. But it feels like a lot longer. And kind of wistfully looking at that spot where you remember them standing and waving to you, and realizing that they're not standing there. Hoping they're okay, obviously. You never got a reply to your letter. But you continue to set up camp, maybe have some time to yourself. You'll at least get to roll through town when you guys pass through. Maybe you'll pull your hood up, take a look around. It's part of you can't suppress that hopes you spot them. But it won't be tonight. So you'll just be out here with the stars. For the rest of yous, you roll into this in a little bitty town that Eli has definitely never been to. But you've been to places like this. You can see that it is, I wouldn't call it in disarray, but you can definitely tell just the level of activity, people moving around, just some of the things that you see happening. There's repairs being made. There's, like, you know, bundles of goods and things being moved from one place to the other, that kind of thing. Obviously, that military unit that rolled through here left from this place. So maybe they've got more people coming back in, or have finally gotten around to, you know, maybe if they moved something from a room to a warehouse, they're, like, moving whatever convenient stuff back into their house or whatever. Just, like, people catching up on chores they've maybe neglected the last little bit. Anyway, let me see. So you are you coming through trying to, like, buy stuff, or are you just going to find a place to stay? What's the first objective?
First objective is going to be find a place to stay, because buying stuff is only helpful if we got somewhere to sleep.
True. Okay. All right. Give me a gather information.
All right. Here it is. Oops. I'm adding my 2 for affable.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
17.
17.
Keeping the 17.
Yeah.
Okay. 17 is honestly plenty. It's not hard to find an inn. Let me see. I'm trying to find a thing. I'm missing some of my notes. But you do find one. It's oh, god damn it. I clicked a link. I clicked a bookmark. Fuck my life.
Oh, no.
There it is. Cool. So, yeah, you find an inn. Now, if they didn't call it an inn, you probably wouldn't have called it an inn, right? This is pretty clearly maybe like a house that somebody had that they expanded on enough that they were like, okay, cool, we can use this as an inn. There are 8 rooms total. Maybe 4 of them you would be like, this counts. I'll pay a silver for this. You know, that would be like a proper inn room, which, don't get me wrong, is not luxury by any standpoint. You stayed in worse, right? Some inns, they're very cheap or whatever, and like you've got like straw mats with, you know, on the floor kind of thing. It's just a space to go in and sleep that you'd be like prestidigitating the shit out of, being like, I am not getting lice or bed bugs or whatever the fuck is in this. Yeah. Not quite that type of place. It benefits from being small enough that they can take pretty good care of these rooms and such. And being such a small place where that has a lot of travelers, it makes sense for them to like put up a pretty decent showing for people coming through. So like I said, not luxury, but there's some rooms. If you want like you know to expect, you know, about 2 silver if you want a meal and a room. Mm-hmm. That's what you expect. You roll in. Believe it or not, someone immediately recognizes you. You don't know who they are. They see you kind of come in and whatnot and how you're dressed, and they just go, "Oh, you're out of towners. Oh my goodness. Are you, oh gosh, that man with the shadow."
I look like, I give them that like skeptical kind of look. Like, I don't know if I should say yes, but Aldwin is excited at being recognized, so he will wave.
All right, let's give him a wisdom check.
And then do a bow.
I forget, what's the DC on it?
It's like 15.
I think it's really low, isn't it?
It might. I don't know. Let me double check what it is. It's over here. Let's see. It is not that one. Here it is. Umbral Unmasking. It's my drawback.
Yeah.
It is a DC 15 Wisdom check. Yep.
Oh, it is. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So they don't notice it somehow. Probably just because, like, you know, maybe the like desk thing they've got up in front of them is in the way or something. So you look a little perplexed, and the person's like, "Oh, sorry, you don't know who I am. I'm nobody special. Just the get up you've got on, and we've heard about you before, and some people were saying y'all were coming this way, so I figured you had to be them. I'm so sorry, I don't remember the name of your place. Am I even talking to the right person?"
Well, people said that we were coming through.
Well, I mean, you know, folks local to here.
I've never been here, so I don't know folks local to here.
They came from out east. They were over in Shand. They had some pretty bad news, but well, I maybe I'm being awkward. So I figure y'all are here for rooms. You want room and a meal. It's just going to be a silver piece.
Alright, sure.
Or I should say room. So silver a room. And for the meal, well, how many you got?
Real quick question. I know, Lamia, you're staying out of town. Who's staying with you?
Nobody.
No, somebody's staying with you because buddy system exists, and we're not giving up on the buddy system now. So
wait, why did you mention this when I asked if she was?
Because
why
I
didn't you mention it?
thought about it because I had to count how many people are staying in this room, which made me then realize that my count was going to be weird.
Obvious.
Because one person
you
should be
pick
staying with her.
who stays with her.
Yeah,
Right.
obvious choices were wrong.
Fine. I was going to pick Verbrong, yeah, because I agree. He is the obvious choice.
It's either going to be me or
Verbrong
Verbrong.
stays
So.
with also because he's more uncomfortable in towns anyways. So Verbrong would probably rather stay with you.
Yeah.
So if Brong's staying there, so that means we got Hattie, Rahala, me, Yvain, and Sam. That's 5, right? I'm not missing anybody. And Han. Han's here.
Yes,
So
Han.
that's 6. So 6
Yeah.
folks.
Yeah, see, unless you left him out there, then cool. She says, 6. That isn't bad. We can just do another silver piece for all of you for the meal.
Great.
How many rooms you need? I would say probably 2. You got 6
Yep.
people.
2 sounds good.
3 silver will do it.
Hand her 4.
She beams. Thank you kindly.
Yeah.
Here, like hit like a little coffer thing under the desk. She says, I'm so sorry. Did I make you uncomfortable asking them questions earlier?
No, I'm just remarkably perplexed as to who you're talking about and who would even know me this far west.
Well, I mean, y'all are a little bit of celebrities and such. We heard one of our own locals was working for you, but the ones who heard about you came from a funeral.
Okay, you're gonna have to be more specific than that. I'm sorry. I need names or faces. I'm very terrible with just vague details.
Okay. You had a woman working for you named Lamia. She's from
That's
here.
correct. That's correct.
And a couple of her relatives were at her funeral not too long ago. I assumed you were at it, so that's why I asked.
I was indeed. Yes.
I feel like I'm stepping on someone's toes or something.
Sam is just rubbing his eyes like I am.
Yeah. No. It was a very unfortunate time, and it was just not a great experience for anyone involved. No toes being stepped on. Do you happen to know where her parents live, so we could go and pay our respects to the family and eventually provide them with some of the back pay and things like that?
Sam is like biting his knuckles, just like, ah!
She looks a little nervous now. She's like, well, are you the people I thought you were, or are you just some folks now? Because now I'm a little confused.
Well, I mean, it's very tough to know if I'm the people I thought you were when you've only said, are you the people I thought you were, and that man with the shadow. But I'm assuming that you mean myself, because as far as I know, I'm the only person who has a shadow that does weird dancey nonsense. Alden crosses his arms and harumps at me. And
Well,
who
you're not
owns a
Mr.
business in
Batu.
Saigon.
Well, you're
No.
not Mr. Batu, and I figured Lamia only worked for one other person, so I was hoping that would be enough.
That is, I mean, you know how many people she's worked for, but unfortunately I don't. It's not part of my application process. Anyways, yes, I believe I'm the person you're referring to.
You don't have previous employers on your application process?
No, dude, my application process is a waiver you sign.
Okay, yeah, okay. All right.
I mean, remember,
that's
so
my
many people.
application
Yeah,
process.
We walked in. with
It's a
people leaving.
waiver.
Sorry.
I wasn't thinking in terms of what she put on an application. Either way, yeah. Her family's just across the road. Once you get past the main road through the middle of town, kind of at the end of it, where it starts to look a little bit frayed, and you start seeing grass poking in. Just the little cottage off to the side. They've got some chickens out there. It's got a chimney.
Sorry.
The other ones don't got one.
Okay, a chimney. That's a great landmark. Thank you.
I triggered Dave with me snapping to attention
Dude.
on chickens. Chickens.
That made me laugh. All right, I appreciate that. So we paid for the rooms, and then I'm going to be like, do you happen to know where we could potentially procure some trail rations or anything else? We're going to keep traveling west, out to, is that Badatsog's is where we're going next? Or do we take the South Fork? I can't remember on the big map if Dardanetto is
North
the...
Fork.
Okay, it's the North Fork. Okay, so yeah, we're going to keep going west all the way to Badatsog's, and we need quite a bit of rations. It's a bit of a trek.
Oh, well, I mean, you wouldn't be able to find them this time of day, but if you want to go into the middle of town in the morning, that's where everybody comes out there to start hawking stuff, especially now. There's a lot of things they were wanting to get sold that stocked up on, and the soldiers that ran through didn't take, so they're ready to offload and head home, I guess.
Great. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll be sure to check that out in the morning. We really appreciate that. But then I guess, is there anything else you need from me with the rooms or anything? If not, we're gonna go talk to people.
I suppose not. Y'all okay?
As okay as we can be at the moment. It's a long trip. We've been traveling from very far away, and we've had a lot of heavy burdens to carry this far, both physically and metaphorically.
Yeah.
I'm also not looking forward to talking to her parents about.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually had to give somebody the news that they're someone's died in my employ. Usually we just send out Dear John letters and mayor writes, and I don't even have to deal with it. This is the first one I'm going to have to do in person.
Well, I'm sure they'll be glad to have you show up in person. Did you bring her?
Unfortunately, no. There were some complications, as I meant that this has been a very long trip and there are other problems. That will come later, unfortunately. We have a family friends and business friends, I guess, in Shond taking care of her.
I mean, she's here.
I understand. It can be tough to move people, with the weather and all. So I understand. You know
I
what?
hope my father doesn't have a great sense motive, guys.
Sam and
I have
a
get y'all
good
some
block.
extra blankets.
Sam and I are doing that thing where we keep side-eyeing each other this entire conversation. And as
Sam
she
was
walks
she's outside
off,
the city.
I
She's
turn
right there.
and I elbow Sam really hard as soon as she turns around. I'm like, stop it!
Yeah, that she died, not that she died and came back. I'm trying to Sam is like, y'all, she's good. She's getting better.
Yeah. She says she's going to bring you guys some extra blankets to your rooms.
There it is. The consequences of my inactions.
Great. Okay. So let's get this over with. And we're going to head over to her parents' house.
If anyone is curious, this isn't me screwing them over. They were specifically pointed out that there were family friends that were at the funeral, and they decided not to stop them. This is not me giving shit to the players either.
No,
I understand why you felt like that wasn't a good moment to be like, yo, by the way.
Yeah.
So they did leave, and they obviously came back here. So that's why word got out. It's not that, I'm just pulling out of my shoes.
No, I remember that. But I also, this woman was being maddeningly vague to Eli, where it's like, are you that person who may be this? And then these people who may be, and I'm like, I need names. Deets, woman, needs.
She said some people came through. I was like, fuck it, inside
I know.
check.
Oh, that's what
motive,
she wasn't saying anything. So I'm just like, I need you to be way more specific.
Yeah.
Without trying to interrogate some poor lady who's just trying to run an inn.
Yeah, sense motive before we have another fight in an inn.
And you were being guarded. So it ended up making,
it ended up making, yes.
Because they're obviously not expecting you to have a reason to be guarded about it.
Yeah.
So it's so that's why it came off that way. That's why she was like, are you okay? Anyway, so you guys are going to go try to find the place with the chimney.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. Off the main road.
So yeah,
on the other side.
Split off the main road. You can see there's a bunch of people kind of running around and whatnot. As you guys are heading that direction, Rahala will kind of pipe up and say, did you want us to go with you? We're kind of a big group.
Kind of look around. I mean, if you want to come, you can. I think. Well, I know you're coming, Sam. You don't get to walk away. Anyways, but if not, the rest of you could try and see if you can nail down any extra info, a coin, or whatever while we're in town.
I think one of us should stay with Han.
Yeah, and somebody probably needs to watch the guy whose name I've said 5 times but already forgot. Yvain. Somebody needs to watch Yvain. It's going to get dark soon, and he's likely to panic.
I can take care of that.
Thanks.
In a few hours, the sun will rise.
No, it won't. It's going down.
Yeah, his greatest hope is that in a few hours the sun will rise.
So the rest is head over there. You pretty easily find the spot. It's a modest little cottage. You can see there's like a little shack kind of behind it. You can see a little chicken coop. They look pretty well maintained. You can see that there's a tree in the yard growing a fruit you're not familiar with. You definitely haven't seen, or maybe you've seen it like coming through there. Like Sam, you probably recall seeing some trees with like some odd fruit, but it wasn't the time of year they were ripe enough. But now you're kind of seeing them mostly ripe. And give me a nature check, Sam.
Eli is putting this in his memory banks for the next time somebody asks him for a weird fruit.
Uh, 22.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I was like, where the hell did my note on this goddamn fruit go?
I assume that's pretty high without going through the typical BS of like, since it's on a tree, does that mean I'm in the woods? No,
It's been a while since you had to
Yeah.
go through that BS.
Yeah.
which I think it's not on nature for favorite terrain. So yeah,
Yeah,
it is for survival, but not nature.
Survivable.
Survival.
Where the fuck did that go? Holy shit.
I really gotta
Oh,
put
whatever. I'll find it later. Anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah. First of all, you haven't ever eaten or like held one of these fruits, but looking at them and realizing the region you're in, these are called rain fruit. The actual, what they call them is borutska, but you call them, the simple name is rain fruit. They are like, they're blue, they have kind of like a leathery melon-like rind, and you know that they absorb a lot of water, so they're actually really good for hydrating on the road. Kind of similar to the dusk melons you guys found, but supposedly these are a much better source of like fresh water. They also get used in like different kinds of juices and jams and all kinds of stuff like that. But they pretty much only grow in this area.
How long has the Hinterland stocking armor been up on our page?
Oh, that's been a while.
I just checked this.
Since
screen.
it
That's
was
what I
been
looking at.
shown.
Yeah,
It's fine.
since whenever it got shown.
Okay.
But I forgot to scroll over and show them we're at Delegate anyway, but that's not the biggest deal.
Yeah, that's fine.
There we go.
Sorry.
Now you're Delegate. Very good.
I just checked the stream, so I was like, oh.
So that's here. That's a thing that's kind of unique to the region. There's a few other things too. There's supposedly, roll up 22. There's also a tuber, some kind of tuber here that grows. Tuber like a potato or a sweet potato.
It's not a tuber.
That is effectively like a sweet potato, but it's got like bioluminescence to it. Actually glows. That's just
Glowing sweet potato fries.
Potato?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you call it a glow root, or they would call it a gereldgur.
I'm just saying glow-tato sounds like something out of Fallout, but
but you see, yeah, she has a fucking rain fruit tree up there, which is kind of cool. It looks like some of them are pretty close to ripe. Like they're probably gonna start falling or getting picked in the next.
You
few
knew
days.
exactly what I was gonna get ready to ask, dude. I'm like,
yeah, it's like
rations.
a day or two off, from where they should be. So like, obviously it's in their yard. You don't want to just like pick it off, but you can ask them. Even if you pick it now, still would be good, just not optimal.
Yeah.
But cool. But you get there. No one is immediately outside. How do you approach?
I think I just walk up and knock on the door.
Okay. Cool. Just go up and knock. You hear some. You've already heard like some talking and that kind of stuff going on inside. You knock. You hear, "One moment," male voice. You hear like a clearing of the throat. as like someone gets up to it. You can tell that this is a small enough structure. They probably don't have a full mud room, just like a little space when you walk in. That's gonna be the like kind of cut off where you leave your boots and everything. So you can like hear him get to it, hear like putting the cloak on, and then door opens partially. You see a maybe close to middle-aged Vietic man, obviously Vietic. Kind of has the semi-dark, kind of reddish, ruddy type skin. In fact, you've got a Vietic man staying with you right now, the Yvain.
Yeah.
So his skin is a bit lighter, just in complexion, not in like tan, but like in complexion. But you can see he has the like telltale white hair, kind of hanging down his face a little bit. As he's pulling the door open, you can see him sort of pull it back into a ponytail, like kind of out of his face. But you can also see that he has like a little bit of facial hair starting to grow in, kind of like 5 o'clock shadow. You can tell just by the way that it's growing in. He's usually very well kempt, usually like clean shaven, and he looks immediately a little tired. But answers the door and peeks out, sees you all, and says, "How can I help you?"
You said your dad's name was Arjun.
I wrote it down.
Arjuna.
Arjuna. Okay.
Arjuna.
Oh.
So Arjuna Sartor, right? Because same last name, same surname. I'm guessing. Okay. So I'll be like, are you Arjuna Sartor?
He just sighs. You see him retreat from the door for a second. The door closes. You hear a latch being undone. Then he pulls the door open and says, "Come in." Then walks the other direction.
Sam and I walk inside, I guess.
You kind of watch as like there was a bit of a slouch to him, but as he's like turning like 2 steps, like his posture straightens. You can see that the area opens into a cozy little cottage. It's pretty compact. It's not the first time you've seen a house like this. You can see that the kitchen is off to the side. It's pretty open. There's like a small like bar sort of separating it from the living room. But the living space isn't like a modern one. It's not massive, but it's enough that, well, you can move a table in there so that everybody can eat. And, you know, maybe if there's kids or whatever, they'd have a little bit of space to move around, that kind of thing. You do smell food, because obviously it's around supper time. And you smell food cooking. You can kind of hear something boiling on the stove in the kitchen. You can see standing in like the entrance, kind of that like threshold to the kitchen, is an older Ulis woman who looks a lot like Lamia. Different hair color, obviously. Much darker hair. Much less scars. And she's kind of regarding you with a sort of concerned look. As you're coming in, you know, kind of look up at her. She just gives you sort of a nod, but doesn't speak as Arjuna walks through. He reaches out and just kind of touches her on the shoulder as he's passing, and she, like, her gaze lingers on you for a moment, but she turns around and goes back to what she's doing. Obviously you all speak English. So you hear she kind of calls through the little bar area, because there's like a little opening that so you can see into the living room. She calls into there, saying, "Mother, we have visitors." And as you guys get in there, you can see at the table on the other end of it is a much, much older woman who appears to be in the process of knitting a poncho. She kind of looks up at you as you enter, and you watch as Arjuna like pulls up some other chairs. He tells you to like wait a moment, goes into another room, gets another chair, and When she's like looking up at you, she's just kind of watching you, doesn't really give you much of a greeting, just seems to be observing you for a moment, and like very slowly continuing her knitting.
I'll give that like nod of like acknowledgement, but then also like a bow, like hand across waist, hand behind back, like probably about quarter dip bow, like something that you would typically see of a servant acknowledging somebody coming into the house. So
once you kind of acknowledge, Arjun is like still pulling up like like a third chair for Hattie. He's already got one for himself. You kind of give her the nod, and she
Would
says,
Hattie be there? I thought one of them was watching Han and one of them was watching
yes,
Yvain. Okay.
Hattie would be there.
First off,
Rahala is
yeah,
watching both.
I was gonna say, yeah, Rahala is the one who went back. I don't think we could keep Hattie out of this room with physical force.
Yeah,
that's fair. I misconstrued what the setting was.
Yeah. To be honest, Rahala was a little. She kind of wanted to be there, but it's like, got to be responsible kind of deal. But cool. So, yeah, you kind of make that acknowledgement, and who is clearly the grandmother, almost immediately, like when you kind of give her the nod and stuff, says, "You know she had the spear, Amidraba."
I almost said has, but that's not how I'm going to answer. Sorry, I had to think in character. Yes.
You know what that means?
I do.
Did she fulfill it?
More than once, honestly.
She goes back to her knitting. Arjuna like kind of motions to the chairs, and then he'll take a seat as well. You can kind of see like the restless energy in him, but I'm assuming you all sit.
Yep.
I assume you come bearing news.
I do. It seems like you may have already received it, but that doesn't diminish my responsibility in delivering it to you. So I'll start this off properly. My name is Eli Wasif. I gesture to Sam. If you want to introduce yourself, you can. If not, I'll keep talking.
Yeah. Samuel Goodbing.
And then I'll motion over to Hattie.
Hadeland. Everyone just calls me Hattie. Then she stops. You can tell like there was like that almost impulse to overtalk, but she just clams up.
Gosh, how long have we been doing this adventure now? In-game? In-world?
Wow.
You all together?
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Because your session zeros were in the past, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to think how long in-world all three of us have been together. I'm trying to do the math.
It has been, I think, 9 months.
Okay, I was gonna say 10, so that was guessing, so 9 is pretty good. All right.
9 or 10. It's one of those two.
Cool. I'll just say 9. For the last 9 months, the company that I own, Alderman Logistics and Retrieval, has employed your daughter Lamia, but more than that, she's been my friend and all of our friends here. It's more important than any business or any amount of coin or any job we ever did. And it is with great sadness that I'm going to tell you that unfortunately she was struck down.
As you're speaking, you hear like a sharp like gasp type of like breath catching from the kitchen, and then like a loud like thunk, and you can kind of hear and more feel the mother like rushes across into the bedroom.
Of course. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. I'll pause for a second of that to tell you, unfortunately, that she was struck down in the line of action. Now, proper funeral rites were observed, and her body is currently at the Markham Manor being cared for by the Markham family until we can transport it here, or until our other avenues have been completely exhausted. I'm going to tell you this, and I haven't told very many people this, but Eduardo was very special to all of us. He's a good friend, stalwart companion, loyal, to a fault. And so we've set out with an attempt in mind to help her rejoin this world of the living. I know that can be complicated for some people, but we're going to go through all the proper correct channels.
What avenues? What channels?
Oh, a full, honest-to-goodness resurrection. We've got angles to get all of this, and we're working on it. We just have to get out to the capital first to get the necessary materials and what's the word I want? Not participant, person who does the thing.
Requisites, maybe?
No, I was trying to
Normally
think
a
of
shaman?
caster, but I'm trying to think of like the word you use for a guy who does a thing. Not a shaman.
Practitioner?
Yes,
Practitioner.
That is the
There it
word
is,
I
yeah.
wanted. Thank you. The proper practitioner for a honest to goodness resurrection. I know those are rare to come by, but we've spared no expense and are actively attempting to fulfill this avenue. If it for some reason can't be completed, then of course she'll be returned to you with all due honors.
You are unlikely to find... You're unlikely to find an avenue here. I've looked. I've reached out to whatever contacts I could scrounge up. But in my home, there is an avenue. There's a way.
Mm-hmm. Well,
These-
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
He goes, you say you spare no expense. And I appreciate that. The returning of one from the cycle as they were without being reincarnated, without decades passing, is often a cost that most don't realize is too high to pay. It would be so much easier to simply be furious with you for having my daughter in your employ and this happening to her. But I blame myself. She had her own ambitions. There's things she wanted out of life, and she wanted them because she looked up to me. And I stood in her way. Did not give her the blessing she earned. And now we're here, where I was trying so hard to avoid us reaching. Listen, I thank you for coming all this way. I truly appreciate it. Our family appreciates it. But the expenses required are not just in coin, and I do not wish for you or your loved ones or anyone else to have to pay that price.
Eli cracks a really sly smile. At this point, he says, well, I appreciate your concern and your willingness to bear what you believe is the result of your own actions. I've been spending enough time guilt-tripping myself through all of this as well. I wouldn't say it's no one's fault, but it's not entirely ours blame to carry. More than anything, it's obviously the person who did the killing's fault, but blaming one individual is so easy. Here's the thing, it's life and it's spread between all of us, but I'm sure your connections are deep and far-reaching, but my business is connections, and I've got leads on what should work, and if it doesn't, well, then acceptance, I hate to say, is that next step, but the cost is not too high to pay. And for loved ones, these people, I motioned to Sam and then Hattie, these people and more are loved ones. That's it. That's what we have. And we're not willing to step aside. This, as much as I know you are her blood family and raised her, well, we've all decided we're all a family now. And this is the only family I have.
He smiles slightly and says, I could see why she would stick to working with you. But listen, again, you're young. Whatever you pay, maybe you have to live with it for a very long time, or perhaps, depending on the direness of whatever you're setting out as recompense, maybe you lose out a lot more on the life you could have. I've had a good one, and I'm not saying I'm going to go off and sacrifice myself, nothing of the sort, but if dark times are to come, I have a lot more light in my life to look back at. And I do bear more responsibility over the safety of my daughter than strangers, regardless of whether you were there when I wasn't or not. I set her on this course. And what she chooses to do are her own actions, is under her own power, but I know the place that I had in all of this. But I also understand I've lived long enough not to deny someone their own mission. I sincerely doubt I'm going to convince you otherwise. But do weigh the price. If it is something that is too much, please consider this conversation. Consider the fact that if you pay in my stead, and especially if you pay and do not get what you asked for, I will have to bear that as well.
I'll kind of do that thing where I like lean forward, and kind of like look him in the face and be like, I will consider your words very carefully and take everything you've said under advisement. Now, while it may be true I've lived a lot shorter life, and you've definitely got a lot more experience under your belt. And so with that, I would like to honor anything you say, but your experience in the esoteric might far outstrip my knowledge of what it is. But your words nonetheless have impact and meaning and apply to everything. Like making sure that prices paid and services rendered are accurate is just as useful in the world of commerce and mercenaries and for any service for hire as it is in the realm of gods and magic. So thank you, truly.
I suppose we'll see what kind of thanks are in order. Make your attempt. Use your best judgment, and I will use mine.
No, don't tell me to use my best judgment. Sorry. I'll use Samuel's best judgment. Yes.
We'll use Rahala's best judgment.
I pass it to Sam. Sam pass it to Rahala. Oh gosh.
Sorry, did I go over your head, Hattie? I don't know. I guess I should have yeah.
We'll use for Brong's best judgment. It's gonna keep getting passed.
Ends at Mayor.
To Mayor would have just. Never mind.
If you use Verbrog's best judgment, listen, there might be a lot more corpses on the way.
Just a
but,
little
it'll
bit.
probably get done. It'll probably get done. Like,
Oh my gosh.
like, look at all these dead soldiers, and who is that? Why is he dead? Was he a gardener? No. Anyway, so he does crack the faintest of little like wry smiles that you're kind of like, okay, I'll use his best judgment. I'll use somebody else's, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And as you say that, he seems to be like, okay, listen, make your attempt, use judgment, that kind of thing. The grandmother has stopped knitting. And she's just looking at him. And he says, I'm listening to them, Mother. She says, good. My daughter will be pleased. You're not running off back to that island of yours. It's a whole country, Mother. He kind of smiles. She says, yes, but it is still an island. And that thing that you were going to talk to, you hopefully won't have to now. I'd rather not talk about that. She says, I would. And he pauses, and you can see he's staring at her in this way of you can tell he wants to be no, fucking don't, but he can't. And she looks at she looks to you, Eli, since she must have been talking. Says, have you heard of the dealer in black?
Has Eli?
You can give me a pretty difficult knowledge history.
Let's go.
Because I believe you are trained.
No, I'm not. Poop.
Ooh.
I'm not trained.
Which knowledges do you have?
I have Arcana, Dungeoneering, Local, Planes, and Religion.
It wouldn't be local for you. Give me an Arcana, then. That does make it a harder check.
Still my best one by a lot. Still a really bad roll. I rolled a natural 3 on the die.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I don't know.
Oh, these are supposed to be out. I'm assuming you're not using a Fortunate Fate.
Nah, I just haven't heard of this guy.
Yeah.
So a bit no, doesn't ring a bell.
They are in Viencia, I think. In the town of Backlong. And you see him kind of narrow his eyes, and he says, you acted like you weren't listening. I wasn't, but you said it more than once. And this dealer character is some kind of fey creature. I didn't say that. They sound like a kind of fey creature that will give you things and grant desires, but for a price of service. Sometimes very long service. Sometimes for a specific deed that needs to be done. I have met swindlers in my many years, and they always promise the world at a reasonable price, but they do not say who it is reasonable for, do they?
Eli's just a huge smile. And he's like, no, I don't.
Nothing beats the wisdom of the elders, does it? She goes, I wouldn't call you an elder or particularly wise, Arjuna. He says, I would either, Mother. Thank you for correcting me. She just grins at him and goes back to knitting. I suppose for coming all this way, least we can do is offer you dinner.
We'd be more than happy to accept. We also have something to offer you, which is a bit of back pay owed to Lamia, and we know she would want you all to have it. There might be more compensation in the future as well. I know money's not the thing of importance here, but it would mean a lot to her.
Yes. I will accept it, if you insist.
I very much do. I hand him 40 gold.
Okay. You're like in the middle of shelling this out. He's like, this is too much. But the grandmother is like, he has more. Let him finish. Putting the rest of it out.
Yeah.
They accept it very graciously. A few minutes later, her mother comes back out, and you see Arjuna kind of excuses himself, goes over and talks to her for a moment. You can both roll me a perception check, if you'd like, as she leans over and whispers something to him.
But I have a question first, which is Hattie wearing the poncho that Lamia made her?
She has it in her lap.
Okay. I just wanted to know.
Yes, she actually does have it with her.
Okay,
But
I will make a perception check then.
And Sam's there too, so he can also, unfortunately.
Woo! Look at that. 14.
I love that's unfortunately, but maybe we'll finally get a 1 tonight.
I think you're also muted, Panda.
Sorry, I have to look at my armor. Sorry, I muted when I let the dogs out.
Who let the dogs out?
Me.
Yep,
2002.
immediately.
Rain. Yeah, we're in civilization. So
Yeah, it is less than 2,000 people.
I mean, it would count technically.
You are technically in the hinterlands, even though you're in a building.
5 and a bunch of other stuff. I rolled stealth.
Yeah.
I'm smart.
You did roll stealth.
I just got done looking at stealth on the armor, so that's what I went to instead of perception. Would you like me to re-roll? I'm assuming, and not take that roll.
Yeah, so it's a whole different thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Different bonuses and everything.
Hey, I was right.
Woo!
There's the 1. You're the only one that voted for yourself.
Yes.
24.
Yeah.
Are you keeping the 24?
Yeah, I'm not gonna roll luck on it. Magical beast.
Okay.
I'm not currently in the rain, so it wouldn't be any higher. So okay.
No, raining is outside. Jesus.
Yeah.
And Eli, you're keeping your 14?
Yeah, I'm just keeping my 14.
Okay. Yeah, Sam, you still crush it. So you can see they're hugging and stuff. You can hear that most of it was just he was like telling her kind of comforting words, that kind of thing, and saying things will be okay. You do hear him say something along the lines of that you all are working on something. And then she hugs him tighter, and you hear her say, "The dealer cannot have you." But after they share that hug for a while, she seems to pull herself together, and we'll finally go back to the kitchen and start kind of finishing things up. And she actually starts kind of talking to you all, asking how far you traveled and all that kind of stuff. You were able to have some small talk. I'm assuming there's no other RP or anything you guys are trying to have. You're just kind of having a probably subdued but warm evening there.
Yeah, we're probably doing that thing where we kind of just tell stories, and like in the best possible way, those things that really glow the memory of a person and really help to like solidify that like shared experience with someone.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you guys do that, and then when the evening's kind of wrapping up, I imagine there's been some tears shed, whether it's amongst you or anything. Definitely some amongst her family. And definitely from Hattie, who was like, I think I'm all cried out. Nope.
No, not even close. Hydrate more.
End of the night, she does go over to the mother and gives her the poncho and offers a hug. And, you all end up getting some hugs or giving hugs. And they see you back off. You make it back to your inn.
Hey, y'all have some fruit growing out there.
Of course, Sam does.
So you do ask about it.
Do you mind if I take like a few of those? Like,
Yeah,
some of
they
them look
allow you to
ready
take
to go.
They allow you to take a few.
Okay.
You will get 4 rain fruit.
One of them's going to be given to Lamia when we see her. So.
Yeah. You get 4.
Hey, remember this tree that you didn't go and see?
Oh my gosh. All right. Yeah, we go back to the inn, right? That's it. Cool.
Yes. Once you make it back to the inn, you'll realize, because Rahala will come tell you, is, Han's pretty lucid. You should come in here. Usher you over.
Sense motive?
Back to the room. Not like frantic or in danger. I'm not gonna make you roll. Just not like frantic or in danger. Just like, this is a lot. Y'all should come talk to him.
Go down.
So there's that, and that's the session. We went 30 minutes over on.
Yeah, we get to lead the next one with an info dump, I guess.
Ooh.
Yep. Or at least
down for
a
info
conversation. But here we go to the exit screen.
Exit screen.
Thanks for joining us, everybody.
Yeah. Thank you so
you.
much. And since it says on the exit screen, thanks to our patrons who support us on Patreon, you too can support us and get your name on this exit screen by going to patreon.com/unnatural_1s, where for as low as just $1 or more, you can help keep the Wi-Fi going and make sure that you get extra content and cool stuff that we offer, like our hangout and our extra podcasts and all the archive of the Making a TTRPG and all that good stuff. And Panda holding a rainbow poop.
Yeah, which you can't see because we're on the exit screen, but believe us, it's happening. It's real.
I can prove it.
I can prove it.
Is the poop real or the situation real or both? You decide.
What is reality and fatalism?
What is poop? Alright, we're gonna raid Grim Goes Gaming. Looks like they're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, they're definitely playing Yu-Gi-Oh! So, here we go. Thanks again, everyone. I will see some of you tomorrow for Lost Initiative over on twitch.tv/Lost Initiative, where I play Mikhail, a bard. We're still in Leshev. Somehow we're still in Leshev. I think we're supposed to get to leave now, but that's where we are. Something probably happened last session. Talking. Yeah, it was talking. But that's done now. We're going to hit the road, and I'm probably going to die. Maybe not. I did survive drowning. If you want to see me survive drowning again, I guess go watch the episode where that happened. But if you want to see what our other adventures are, oh my god, this raid is taking forever. Then tune in